I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to spend some more time derping around. I can answer questions if you've got them, but mostly this is going to be what my friend Nerdy Barbie on Blue Sky calls a deload day. And I think a appropriately chosen one, because I've been really cranking lately. And I think I'll be able to find some nice things to do in the relatively insignificant world of derping around in Minecraft. Such is the hope, anyhow. And I have one big upgrade, apart from night coming on, which is that I have fixed the IP address problem I had. Now, it wasn't a problem for me, but you'll notice I'm using this particular form of how I do stuff. Let me see. I really ended up with a pile of things in my pocket, didn't I? Hey, Jonathan. Also, I see some bad guys over here, which I perhaps don't want to have around. And they are well armored. So I'm going to boop them until they fall over. Oh, hey. I might be able to get I might or might not be able to get chainmail stuff off of that. The other one's still there, so I'm going to want to deal with them too. I was also wanting to... he hit me. I was also wanting to deal with this shield because I'm doing more of a buildy side of things. And this guy is not hostile to me, which is good, because that would be not of the best if I ended up with the zombie pigs mad at me. I was given the shield by another player on the server, because one can have shields. But then I also decided that it covers up too much of the screen, and I'm not really playing a hostility-based game of Minecraft anyhow, so it becomes a bit more of a moot point. I'm just building stuff as I see fit. Hey, Igor. And I have mentioned two people who are I wonder if that's going to become a problem. I've mentioned to people on my Blue Sky that I am actually coming up with something kind of cool this weekend that was somewhat unexpected. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out. I've got specific stuff in mind. What I've got here. There were a number of things I wanted to do with the stuff I've got around. One of them was continue to expand my silliness in light of stacking these guys on top of each other. Though I don't know if that's going to be the first thing on my agenda. So one of the things I was thinking about doing is derping around with this a little bit. And maybe not having coordinates. Or indeed, I can rearrange some of that stuff. Don't mind me figuring out. I see playtime and clock. So if I figure out how to do this properly, or remember how to do it, I can edit the layout of these things. And that ought to do. Yeah, because I wanted to go wandering around a little bit again, and then maybe not so much telegraph everywhere that I play to everybody who watches the stream, although it'll be possible to figure that stuff out if you're studious. But just knowing that I am playing on a public server now, and I don't intend to have it not be publicly available, but that does bring with it challenges, of which I'm going to be aware. So here's one of the things I was looking to do. Just go way harder with the bamboo. I need to remember how to make things like, also, how is my, and now I can't pick any of that stuff up. Great, that's done. I will find something to offload, even if it be only planks and stuff. Oh, or indeed I can offload the pumpkins. Kind of the point of those was in case I wanted to make iron golems and stuff. Fun to have some of those guys around. They would only end up getting lost or falling in holes, but no matter. But yeah, one of the things I had in mind was expanding these out a little bit. We'll plant a bunch of that bamboo. In this place. Oop. Didn't mean to do that. Still haven't figured out whether when you do that it stops it from ever being able to grow again. I'm not sure whether that's even a thing. I do like it when it grows and has the little tassels on it. That kind of suggests to me that that is a way that they can grow. And so therefore, I'll keep it. But yeah, I'm looking to make a sort of giant square of bamboo. Hey, I do seem to have a goodly amount of stuff over here, including a reasonable number of sheep, so that'll help newcomers. Hey, Chris. Chris Quitchin on chat. Understand that I'm terrible at pronouncing people's names, but we'll just live with it. But I am very good at planting things in rows, so we got that going on. And yeah, this is now a solved problem for whether people can play along with me or not. I'm using a show your IP address thing in Lunar Client, which is also showing like cardinal direction. But what I'm also doing is, and let's grab some dirt. Gonna probably need that. Probably not gonna need anything else except for maybe logs. Let's take a bigger stack of logs. And there is exactly one torch. And we're going to end up covering up all the farmland with pumpkins if I'm not careful. So hooray for that. But yeah, so those have their uses. Hey. And how's this going? Okay, we don't have too many things in here now. Oh no, you lost all your stuff again? Well, we've got stuff like beds handy. Speaking of which, I should grab one while I'm at it. So we do have some stuff in there. Oh, I'm also including buckets in the newcomer starter router thingy. And a goodly amount of... Oh, good for you for being able to find that many diamonds, because I sure haven't. I've got just a little bit of that kind of stuff, and that's about it. Do I have multiple stacks of chests? No, not really. In fact, I don't have much of anything, to be honest. But here's one of the things that I might end up using. We're going sailing. Arguably, I should be sleeping, but I dare say I can do that once I get to where I'm going. We shall see. Oh no, that's too late. I should go and sleep now, honestly. Hang on. Oh, for heaven's sake, what am I doing? I am a silly man, but I am a silly man playing with other people on a Minecraft server, and it is what it is. We'll do what we can. So rather than... Oh, and I had a boat already. So if I can climb up here... we can pass the night. So this is Jonathan on watching from YouTube observes that Google is an online advertising monopoly. Correct. That's not wrong. I would say that was decidedly correct. I don't know what's necessarily... Yeah, somebody built this dock for me. It wasn't there when I logged off previously, so somebody just kind of made one. I have some vague plans as to stuff I can do on another base that I haven't visited with my Minecraft location turned on. So as long as I can find my way back to where I was, which is around the coastline a little ways... I had made an enormously tall, ooh, if I'm not careful, I will fall down going over there. That's a portal. That is an almost complete portal. Interesting. And that is... wood. Does that mean it's a ship? I suppose there's one way to find out. What is this? Oh, it is a ship. It's part of a ship. One that is not responding very quickly. Oh, and a buried treasure map. Feathers come in handy. Okay, so that's neat. If I can open this up a little bit, I could make a little nether portal that's literally right here. That could be a fun little project. Although I'm not sure how well fixed I am for being able to do it. But there's ways I could go about doing it. I think I have enough gravel. All I have to do is fill the water in with solid blocks, wall it up, And then, of course, I don't have walling it up materials very much. Well, I kind of do. I have large quantities of glass. Okay, so I'll put that on the agenda for do this at some point. And there's even a ship there for if anybody wants to go check out what's going on in the ship. I am also seeing some questions in which I will, oh, and there's the gravel. If we needed gravel, there's the gravel. So Andrew is asking on bit shift gain, or purist. It is 100% okay to use any or all of those in any combination. It's all at too fine a detail where it would ever cause you a problem. Basically what you do with bit shift gain is for if you want to do rough gain changes, then bringing something wildly out of the correct region into where you can use it. You probably don't want to use, ooh, cool. We've got a parrot. Can I feed the parrot anything? No. Look at you. What do parrots even eat? Can I feed it seeds? Well, only if I can get seeds. Hi. I'm going to see if I can get seeds and feed the parrot something. Then it'll become a pet. It seems not unreasonable. I should be able to do that. Haha. I don't know if that's what you do, but it's the kind of thing a bird would eat. So, logically, hey, okay, I have a pet. Don't know if it's going to follow me around, but with a bit of luck it will. Are you gonna? Oh, you feed it a cookie. Okay, so it likes me, but I didn't have it follow me around. Cool. Good enough. Yeah, so I've got plenty of bamboo, but we've also got plenty of jungle. I will say with my work on stuff like, purist gain, shifting of bits, all of that, me continuing to work on that has been giving good results. Like I am noticing that my work in those directions is leading to stuff. Might even have something to do with what I was talking about. Let's see what this place looks like. Okay, kind of digging this island. This isn't the one that I had found, but it seems nice. I'm given to understand that there's an island around here which has a pillager outpost, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken, but this might be the thing I was thinking about. If so, I will go and see what's what. And I may discover just that as I keep going. Because I remember there being a cool island that you could do stuff like that with. You could colonize the south end of it, but then the north end of it would be more dangerous. Doesn't mean I can't do it. Just saying, and this island has horses, so that's cool. What's not to like about that? Or is it simply a peninsula? There is also the possibility that my notion that there is a... what did I just hear? I think I may have heard a monster in the water. It sounded like it drowned. However, as far as... Oh, hi. You too climb trees. Pigs on the wing. I guess I'll continue to explore and I'll see whether this is the place where... Oh, this is a place where there's caves to go into. Purest gain and purest fade are different in that purest fade has the 0 to 1 fader move much slower. It is specifically designed so that if you used it as your master fader... Oh, look, we have southern breed cows here. If you use it as your master fader, you could swoop it down to 0 and it would do a fairly neat little fade to silence that way. Purest gain, you can move the 0 to 1 fader more quickly. And the whole thing, both of those are essentially the same thing, except in that the fader on the top is marked in dB, and then the fader on the bottom is 0 to 1, meaning it will go to silence. I didn't end up having a way to have the fader that was marked in dB also register down to 0. Although in the VST plugin you can. But more along the lines of you could have the VST and tell it to simply do a 0 to 1 gain. What's this? Oh. Okay. It are a spooky cave. With the zombies in it. By the way, I'm going to be having you sleep pretty soon, I'm thinking. I say that for the benefit of Lucasipo, who is online and who will need to either briefly log off or find a bed of his own. At around about now. Yeah, one thing to bear in mind with stuff like that is if you're fussing about Airwindows style game trim plugins, that is to help many other things be higher quality audio. And in many situations, it's not really going to do that much for you because it's basically just stopping the... oh, neat. I didn't know you could do a Distance Horizons mod. Does it memorize what's on the world there? Because I have some limitations in how many chunks you can see on this server. Oh no, okay, so do not feed cookie to the parrot. I just fed seeds to the parrot, and it was happy about that and is not accompanying me, so that's fine. Ah, it memorizes places where you've already gone and then lets it show you. That's very neat. I do not know if that's available in Lunar Client. Which is the thing that I am currently playing on. So I'm pretty much doing a little exploring here, just 'cause. I will continue to answer questions for people if they want them answered, because that's a pretty good thing for me to be able to be doing. Oh. Random seagull? Or was it my parrot actually following me? Do not know. CurseForge spyware client. As far as I know, I'm not putting any restrictions on what kind of clients people log on here with. And I think that's reasonable, because if I was to be fighting with people and trying to make them only play nicely, it would be a terrible pile of escalation there, which I'm not really equipped to wage. Like, I am in no position to manage a Minecraft server, even one running in my basement, and make sure that everybody plays nicely. That's not a thing. So the best I can do is just play as me and look at these various places that I'm checking out. Oh, fair enough. Well, I'm saying I'm not doing anything to stop people playing with cheats, because I don't think I'm technologically fit to do that, honestly. This is a fairly cool little place. It's not the one I had in mind. I planted a flag on one place, but it's a cute little island made mostly out of gravel. Nice. Good for you, little island. We've even got a tiny bit of surface iron, which I will leave for anybody who is trying to colonize their own little spot. And I will be trying to colonize my little spot. If I remember correctly, when I updated Sinew, I checked all of my code to see if anything was subject to the problems that Sinew was having. And I personally updated console LA because it was subject to have the same problem. But I did not update console MC because it wasn't doing the same thing. Like, it was not using... Why we got these? I don't know, but I can pick them up. Probably. Possibly. Definitely. Random floating kelp. 'Cause why not? Hey, Smurf Tim. Yeah, so this morning I was greeted by other local Chris, the audio damage guy. Did another good morning post. He's doing a lot of little video clips and photography, and even drone photography, which impresses me. It was a cool drone shot that he did once. And it's like, welcome, greetings from Treeland. So I was like, oh, good morning yourself from Treeland. And mentioned that I intended to do more. Oh, hello, is this the one? That I intended to do more Circa streaming. That's that looper that Audio Damage made, of which I bought one, and I've been doing music on it. I remember being quite interested in that because I learned how to use it. Oh, look, that one has bamboo in it too. Good for it. I learned how to use the looper and went online with it. And I'm interested in finding out whether I can do a synchronized to the aha. See, here's what we're talking about. Don't know why I missed this the first time. Doop-de-doo. I herefore name this Chrisistan, or something very much like it. And at some point I will go and take that tower down, but that was how I showed myself where this was. I've got a view of jungle forest with that, and it's a extremely tidy and small little rock island. So I thought one fun thing that I could do is produce a bunch of cobble by sort of mining this down to water level and then build some weird large building out of it and see what that's like. So what I'll want to do first of all is find a suitable spot to start. And I will want to mine this back down at some point, but that's going to take some doing. You found dark oak. Good, 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 good. But yeah, I'm looking to experiment with Circa in a couple of different ways. One of them is the, I had not remembered that I had the cool yellow bed either, so what we'll do is, first of all, seeing as I've just broken that, let's start with making some stuff, and let's make it over here, just cause this is the only like natural spot in the entire damn island. And I can offload some of my stuff. Maybe what I'll do is make a let's see now, what shall we do? We shall place the bed here, because I was talking about mining all of this down to the ground. So I'll just build stuff out of what I can make happen in here. I'm also, let me scroll back chat a little bit. Yeah, I answered the question about how many things got updated when I did Sinu. I may end up replacing this tree with something else. But yeah, so let's see now. How do we start this process? Well, first of all, I probably don't need a good weaponry, but all the same, that's something that I can do. So let's, I've got a certain amount of dirt, so I will do all of my building with the amount of dirt that I have left. Everything's going to come from that. And I'm just going to see what else I can do in this context. As if I was starting over from literally right here with only this stuff. And I say only this stuff, but I do have cool things like the ability to make infinite lava with what I've got here. I could make a cauldron and dripstone blocks and pointed dripstones, and that will produce, well, I might have to go in search of the lava to start. I feel like in order to make the infinite lava, you have to have lava over the dripstone, over the block. But I could be wrong. Anywho, where were we at? And I feel certain that I had cobble around here somewhere, but now I don't see it. And it's dark. Didn't notice it getting dark. At some point I'll be allowing it to get dark just so that I can hunt stuff on this place. Tell you what, even if I don't have cobble, I can have some real quick just like this. I don't want to use up this diamond doing this, but it's got plenty of wear left on it. And I'm going to switch over to a technique that a old Minecraft friend from years ago liked to use, which is doing all of this building using just stone picks, just because it's easy and simple to do. just going through and doing major earth removal works. You know what I could do with a shovel for the gravel too. I'm also thinking in terms of maybe I'll make a bridge. I can make a nice little suspension bridge over to somewhere. But yeah, let's see, that was all of those. So, and I have my fishing rod, so I can go with that. I don't think I needed the sticks. I think I had them already. And of course I can make a nether portal anytime I like. So that's something that can go on the agenda. But yeah, meter, see, that's an interesting prospect, because one of the things I have in mind is to get back into posting the vinyl records. In fact, the day that I went out and got a bunch, if I get enough gravel, I can easily get this down. That would work perfectly. That's in fact one of the things I was thinking of doing, so how about maybe do that first? Also, with gravel I can get that down, and with just a couple of my irons I can keep it. Or not even, because I'm carrying a shears. Cool, 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 cool. We're getting somewhere. Or at least if it doesn't all turn to flint, I can... Yeah, so of the things that I have on my mind of stuff to do, I'm definitely interested in playing with the audio damage looper again. And part of the motivating factor for that is that it's buying local. That's somebody who is local. And so I was like, I will help with your thing and buy your stuff and play with it. But it was also interesting that it turned out to be a pretty decent way of just making certain genres of music that never really sort of fall into my purview. I'm quite interested in, for instance, space ambient, but I never go and make it. And running a looper means it is very, it is encouraging. See you later, Lucasipo. To make genres like that because it falls together so easily. Yeah, I caught up with him on a Discord server where he was talking about having made that looper and demoing it. It's like, yeah, I can do middle-aged guy derping around with the guitar plunking noises on the looper, and it's wonderful, and I wish I could do great things with that and get lots of attention, except for it's no different than all the other billion people with a guitar playing with a looper. Which I don't know if that's... He might be selling himself a little short, because I listened to some of his music and I thought it was pretty nice. But I do get the observation of, yeah, this is nice, but in order to have like a hit record, you tend to have to go a little harder than that. What I was finding was when I was playing with the looper, I found it more interesting to fire up the synthesizers, as it were. It was more interesting to get Surge XT, and I could have been using 6 Signs, but not the VST version in that version of Reaper. At least that's my understanding, is was all well and good me trying that, but the problem it was having with polyphonic aftertouch wasn't affecting Surge, but it was affecting 6 Signs, and was apparently not a 6 Signs related thing so much as it was a Reaper related issue. soon have this taken care of. And I can even decorate with this stuff when I'm done. And then we'll get all the gravel back. Yeah, audio damage, not brain damage. You would probably find that amusing. This Chris guy that moved to my town is a bit of an edgelord, so he has a sense of humor, this man. Still haven't hung out yet. That might happen at some point. The guy's still settling in, so I don't mean to push him. And I mean, it's up to him whether he feels I'm worth hanging out with. That's not for me to presume, just because I live in the same town. Also, I'm not going to make any promises that I don't also make a looper plugin, but if I do, it will be one of mine, meaning it'll be very, 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 very different. Not really what you would call competition for the audio damage one. How is it that I'm not picking these up? Here we are. The mysterious rocks and gravel that float. Gotta love it. Amazing. And random fish. And while I'm at it, let's see what this spot is like. Well, it's over some pretty serious depths, I see that. And that's apparently nothing but more gravel. So in the absence of sand, let's just take this gravel. Also, sometimes I'm all about the black glass, so I do end up having to hunt squids. That's just how you get your squid. Bear in mind, a plugin that combines... Do you mean BSG, as in bit shift gain? Because what I would be doing, at least this is something that could happen. Oh, interesting. We've got an underground section here. What's going on? What can we see here? Okay, so does make it go down pretty steeply though. Let's see if we can find a way to get back up onto the... There we go. Because I do have a bed hanging out way over here. One thing about this place, it's not so big that I can't get to anywhere fairly quickly. Yeah, you must understand, like what you're talking about with regard to using shifting of bits gain and purest fade and purest pan and shifting of bits pan and using all of those with a looper. You could just get the audio damage one and do more or less that. That's not the part where anything that I do would give you any significant difference from what's already there. It's really not. Oh, let's not cut that down with the sword. It would be bad. We do not mine with swords. Mining with swords wears out the sword real good. Also, I no longer have... Well, I've got a bit of cobble, so we're good. Yeah, I do not fault anything about Circa for such basic things as gain. You would basically, in normal use, you will get clarity of gain that's basically about the same and just as good. When I do that type of stuff, it's more along the lines of either the internal calculations of other plugins that I'm doing, or it's about, yep, that should grow back pretty good, so we're good. I'm probably going to replace a lot of that sand with dirt just so that I can have more sand. Yeah, it's not going to be that big of a thing. It doesn't automatically give you good sound just by being the Airwindows plugin that does things about gain. That's not really how that works. The thing that I'd be wanting to do with the audio damage plugin is twofold. One of them is find out whether I can do fun ambient stuff, space ambient stuff, with keyboards, or like my pressure sensitive keyboard, and notably 6 Signs and Surge XT. I'm quite the Surge XT fan, and I'm even a bigger fan of 6 Signs. I just wasn't able to use it last time. And I've more or less promised that I would give people access to the patches I was using. There's some patches like a Mellotron style patch that I've had for some time that people are quite interested in getting a hold of, and I haven't publicized it yet, and I'm not interested in working in such a dedicated fashion as to make my own patches to include as a major thing in either Surge or 6 Signs. Plus, the folks in those projects don't necessarily like the way that I make sounds. That's the great thing about Surge and 6 Signs, is it will let you cover a really wide range of different kinds of sounds. You're not simply limited to stuff that sounds like what the default sounds or the sounds that are included with it are like. It'll let you do a lot more than that. One of the things that I enjoy most about Surge is its ability to use that wavetable oscillator with your basic 16-bit percussion samples, at which point you have a nice and snappy sample firing thing that plays the samples off of your keyboard. I think that's potentially very useful. And the same folks who make that stuff are working on Short Circuit, which is a much more sophisticated sample system, but you don't necessarily need a more sophisticated sample system. Plus, I think you might actually have more immediacy off of Surge because it's really trying to just fire a wavetable in a snappy and responsive manner, rather than we're busily firing samples and deciding between them and thus and so within a context that has, I don't know, filtering or whatever. Surge XT lets you fire the percussion samples in what might even be a more direct way, which is similar to what I was talking about with 6 Signs downsampling from its internal calculation, because 6 Signs has many different options for downsampling, but it started out with this one called A=4 that they turned away from because it didn't sound exactly the same on all sample rates. but I think it is qualitatively better tone than what they ended up with. I do not agree that the prerequisite for digital audio is that every sample rate that you use must sound identical, because I don't think that is a safe assumption. If you're running things at different sample rates, it should end up being sounding different. People simply assume, oh yeah, well, the human ear can only hear thus and so, and therefore this has to be exactly the same, and so therefore we must punish any audio that claims to sound differently at different sample rates. Or if it obviously does sound differently at sample rates, that becomes a complete deal breaker. I don't agree with that once in the slightest. Yeah. And yeah, that's the thing with the 6-sign sound character, is it's a very simple generation. It's not like he's doing all the Airwindows things. If he was, he would be building it all in double precision. And there are synthesizer developers who do. For instance, Full Bucket Synths likes to use double precision signal path. And I can indeed get Airwindows-y kind of sounds out of Full Bucket Synths. I've got a collection of them. He makes a bunch of free synths. I've got a little collection of them specifically for that purpose, in case I wanted to do a particular thing in synthesis. Like there is, I think Whisper is this sort of wavetable-y thing, but it'll also do a FM between its voices, between its oscillators. But the trick with 6 signs is that it is a very simple algorithm. There's nothing particularly complicated about it. Thank you. And so the tone quality of it ends up being entirely about the downsampling, because you get to choose the sampling rate that all of those signs are being generated at. It's just primitive, like rather than oversampling, it's just running at that top sampling rate, which also means you can run at 96K like I like to do, and it'll act pretty much like, yep, we're just generating at a high rate, and that's what we got, and that's what we're doing. But all of those downsampling algorithms have different qualities to them. And the initial attempt of making, I'm paying a little attention to what we're doing here. I'm not sure. Oh, it's just a small overhang. It's fine. I was trying to figure out whether I was going to fall into a pit. The A=4 algorithm that he had, I think the reason I liked it so much immediately, like the instant I started trying this in the early version before they discovered that it didn't sound exactly the same at every sample rate, I think the reason I liked it is that it is a relatively simple downsample. It's such a simple downsample that it's this very primitive FIR filter. In fact, that led to me doing another experiment, which you'll be seeing at some point, which I'm calling Prime FIR. I decided to do my own experiments with what you could make happen with a FIR sync interpolation. And sync interpolation is simply a way of setting up your FIR filter so that it will generate a brick wall low-pass roll-off. That's all it is. Okay, that's gravel and andesite, which is why I wasn't able to swap them over. I'm going to end up with the big quantities of cobble and then perhaps mine down into the earth and get dark cobble for the purposes of actually building around this stuff. I feel like I might want the aesthetics of dark cobble for this. But we can start by mining up all the regular old cobble. And then I'll have all of the pickaxes I could ever possibly want. Grow a tree, use all the pickaxes, and it'll be good. You know, a funny little inside baseball thing about audio damage. If I'm not mistaken, I've seen Ben Jordan enjoying the heck out of audio damage plugins, and their aesthetic is exactly the kind of thing that he likes most. He likes your fancy graphics and stuff, and has tended to ignore the heck out of my work. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the audio damage people are as thrilled with Ben, because Ben, he made some choices recently as far as using a pirated version of the new Serum on a live stream, and then was excessively edgy about it subsequent to that. And yeah, like, my advice to Ben would be, and maybe don't do that, like, you can wait and simply not have your stream ready. When I bought Circa but didn't know how to use it, I wasn't ready to start a stream. And granted, that was still pretty soon for it coming out. But that's why I went on later in that afternoon, because I was like, I can't make this work. I'm not going to start streaming with me not knowing how this works and being able to not get it to do anything. I'm going to wait and fire up my live streaming once I feel like I know how to make it do something. In fact, before starting to stream, I had managed to crash the plugin, which never happened the entire live stream. But I had managed to crash it because I think I had been dragging something around, and there had been a bug which is now fixed. He's been doing some updates on that plugin, but there had been a concern regarding a crashing bug having to do with drag and drop, and I had done a drag and drop thing and actually crashed it, and that wasn't on stream. I had waited until I was comfortable with what I was doing and felt I was going to be able to play with it to good effect, because I wasn't there to make my new neighbor look dumb or his plugin looking like it wasn't working properly. And I didn't have to, because it was simple enough to just use it in functioning form and figure out what I needed to do in order to make it work, rather than just explore it live. That said, sometimes you run into a situation where you'd like for somebody to do that, because it can be useful information, learning about whether somebody's having trouble with how you approach a thing. That wouldn't apply to my work as much, because generally the way that I do stuff is sort of like, yeah, if this doesn't work for you, or you don't like it, or you're not approaching it, that's pretty much your challenge. I don't really do stuff where I'm aiming for a market. But if you're building plugins in hopes of selling them, you probably should consider the idea of a market, consider approachability, consider whether people are able to figure out your stuff. Half of what I do is being able to do things that other people don't know how to do. And it's not always the case, but sometimes I end up being able to do a thing where, people aren't necessarily up to speed with how that's working. Looks like I'm going to have more dirt. We will take this island and we'll make it a nice little flat island. Maybe it'll be like a little fortress island with a funny shape. Kind of like that. I'm not sure whether I would want to edit the shape too hard, but because part of the fun is just using the shape that I get. But I can make a little fortress island and then have a inside area that is grass and dirt and stuff. In particular, if I can stretch the grass out into the middle of the island, then I can just use that. I don't have Silk Touch yet. That would be actually back at base, and I'd have to enchant enough stuff to be able to either get a book or enchant some pick or other that would do it. Just enchant something that you could use to mine up a grass block. Because if I can mine up a grass block, I can put grass anywhere I want. Yeah, so the looper thing is interesting to me because it is immediate enough that I feel like I could make a thing and have it be a finished work of live performance, which has not always been the case for... Oh, look, there's some iron. I hope it's an iron seam. That would be awesome. I've done quite a bit of attempting to do live performance with analog synthesis, in particular the modular stuff. This is going to go away very soon. There it is. I'll go and make more soon. I've done a lot of modular synthesis. In particular, I've done a lot of interesting explorations with trying to do composition through using hardware modular synthesis. I wanted to be able to, and I successfully was able to, randomly generate chord sequences that were in a key or near a key, like chord sequences that would cross over to adjacent keys. And I've successfully done this. In fact, the album that I put out based on that technology, Welcome to Free Luna, which is on Bandcamp, uses exactly that. Like, it plays chord sequences and things, but at no point did I actually punch in the chords. Those chords are being generated, generatively by the synth, because I set it up to do that. And this is the sort of thing that you could do in, say, VCV Rack with the right techniques. I don't currently have those techniques, but it might be useful to figure out how to make that available. But the other side of that, because like this space ambient is along the lines of make washy soundscapes and cool noises of various kinds and have different layers of reverb would probably be important. See, that's one thing I'll be able to get out of Circa that I wouldn't be able to get out of a comparable plugin that I made. I could make a looper, and I probably will at some point. Not right away, but I will probably make a looper at some point. It will not be the same thing as Circa because it'll be like Take Me Home for Circa, but not. Or not even. It would be its own beast. Because the tools I have available for that kind of thing are along the lines of my undersampling. Because you can, in Circa, you can swoop the pitch around, and it lets you pick fractional pitches, and it lets you do exact octaves and synchronize things in various ways. And the controls, I think, are really nice for doing that. I found it immediately accessible. I'm a big fan of that stuff. But what I would be doing would be exploring what can you do with, say, 10 sliders, and that's it. What would you get if you just had 10 sliders and no GUI, and everything would literally run in consolidated, or it wouldn't have to be consolidated, but that's the kind of thing I'm thinking of, right? Is stuff where it would run on, I mean, that's the funny thing is, like, I don't know where Chris stands as far as enjoying the stuff that I do or caring the least bit about it. I'm more interested in enjoying what he was bringing. But I still develop all of my code to work on, like, Power Mac G4 and G5 systems. And Chris has Power Mac G4 systems. and does a retrocomputing thing like that. So technically, I am making plugins for computers of his that he doesn't make plugins for, which I think is kind of funny. I'm going to be wanting to make some more chests and figure out how to put all of this stuff down at this level. Maybe this is going to be a good time to start stretching the dirt out. That could be good. Come on, it's nighttime. You know it's nighttime. Nighttime is coming. I can see stars. That means I can sleep. So yeah, space ambient, layering abstract sounds. You become an abstract sound painter. And that's the whole deal with that, is it's all about let's layer stuff. Let's just go and let's go and dig a bunch of dirt so that I can place this. Not the only thing I'm going to do, but this will stretch out grass into the middle of the place. It might take a while, but I'm taking a long time just flattening everything out to start with, so that's fine. The other thing that I was able to do with Circa was lean in the direction of doing stuff with a little more intentionality rather than being purely abstract. More along the lines of, also bear with me, I just feel like doing a little bit more here. Oh look, more dirt. Why don't I start placing some dirt and stuff? That seems like a dandy idea. Oh hey, that's also on top of other dirt. Let's mine out the stuff under here. I don't think you make beds go flying by mining out from under them. There, this will be another little zone. I apparently have leaf litter, so I can place that where I wish it. So yeah, more directed forms of music making, rather than just being purely abstract, depend on the ability to synchronize this stuff. And Circa is going to let me do that. It was doing a fine job of making that available. I don't know to what extent something I built would be doing likewise. In fact, it is possible that don't mind me doing a little tinkering with stuff. Let's just assume we're going to need all of the chest. And then we'll keep them kind of close by. There's a bunch of cobble to start stuff off with. Bunch of copper likewise. Heck, let's just put all of this stuff here for now. Let's even put the obsidian here for now. All of my cherry leaves. But I don't want to put all of that cobble away just yet because I need to make a few more picks. Boop. And then the grass patch can make its way out here when it finds it convenient. Heck, maybe I can even extend that a little bit. Am I still carrying dirt on me? No, I put it away. We'll make a little head start. Me doing this is kind of ungainly. I also have my eye on a bunch of this sand. Maybe have the edge of the place be sand. Still figuring that out. But yeah, as you can see, it's meant to have this area turn to grass, but that's going to take a while. So I'll get back to that later. See, one of the things I'm thinking of in terms of specifically Circa and figuring out how to do it is I could just as easily be doing like techno, particularly with some of the instrument stuff I have available. Like if I was to use 6 signs, I got a lot of ways to make that have interesting, edgy, striking noises that use full advantage of being able to run at a lower sample rate, or indeed use different kinds of downsampling. And doing that, I can get nicely solid sounding and crunchy percussion and design drums not simply by triggering them in Surge, which of course I can also do, but by synthesizing them in 6 signs, synthesizing them with FM, because there's a lot of music where you can get a lot of mileage out of it with FM. And to do that, the way I'm thinking of it, because I also want to lean in the direction of stuff Burial was doing, which is not necessarily techno exactly. It's the first wave dubstep, of course. But Burial's whole deal was he had loops going, but he had built the loops out of just file editing. So they are unquantized. And Circa lets you do things that are unquantized. And in fact, there are good opportunities for having stuff that is unquantized and then having other stuff that is unquantized but synchronizes at like 1 bar or 2 bars or 4 bars or 8 bars. So you can really layer various things and have it hook up. What I'm wondering is whether I can synchronize that to the DAW, because I know that at least Surge and possibly also 6 signs lets you take LFOs and synchronize those to the DAW tempo as well. And that is your ticket to being able to get like repeating sounds that are actually quantized, but not play them in a way where your MIDI is quantized. Yeah, I have played with pulse stretch as well, and the reason I've never found it desirable for space ambience, other than occasionally making experiments along those lines, is because it's essentially just a one-trick pony. You're not performing it, you're just telling a computer to make this thing out of something you've got, at which point you're given the end result of it. That's not really what I had in mind. I prefer the looper for making that genre of music. But again, if you can sync up the looper to the DAW tempo, which I'm pretty sure you can, if not, I'll find out, and then sync up also Surge or whatever to the DAW tempo, you can immediately start making LFO type things that are producing a really tight synchronization, but play them in an unsynchronized way. And that's what I'm seeing as becoming available. That's what I'm seeing as a opportunity for getting into this kind of stuff, because then you've got your live play space ambient and just sort of keep playing and doing things so that it maintains interest using whatever sounds you like. But then also live play techno or old school dubstep using the same basic instruments in the same little, like if you're doing old school dubstep, you can do your old school wubs and interesting noises with pressure sensitivity on 6 signs. It's perfect. It's exactly what you'd want. It's going to become dark. And that means a path towards live techno performance in an interesting way. And I haven't done that much of that, but I would very much want, because, see, here's the thing. Oh, I'd love to make a space album. I listen to other people's space ambient albums rather than making my own. But I'm extremely fond of the idea, and I would absolutely love to make a space ambient album, or indeed space ambient albums. I just haven't had the situation. Like, it's been technically possible for me to do something like that for a long time. Nothing's stopping me. But I just don't have a way of performing one until getting into the looper thing and going, hang on a second, this is perfect. I could just use this, and it would become exactly the type of thing I'd want. So with regard to me doing a looper plugin, I would end up still needing Circa for some of the stuff I'm talking about. And that doesn't bother me. I don't want to replace people's thing. It's much like how I'm not trying to make stuff that replaces existing hardware and then tell people, I have the Neve compressor. I don't have the Neve compressor. I did something else that sounds different. In some ways, like with the Smooth EQ, me doing something that sounds different is actually stepping towards sounding worthy in its own right, even compared to like your Neve hardware or whatever. Because I'm trying to figure out how to make this stuff be worthy in its own right, rather than just digital plugin, but I tried to emulate the look and feel of something. So by the same token, I have no interest whatsoever in imitating the look and feel of Circa. I bought a copy of Circa, and I'll use that for those things. But nothing's stopping me from using my downsampling technology, which will let me set up like a slow delay loop or multiple slow delay loops, comparable to like the amount of delay that's in one of my reverb plugins, for instance. And just having multiple delays that are being played over at different speeds with something for messing with the pitch of them, because of the undersampling allows for that. And something about how much does it replace the previous sound versus how much does it keep the previous sound perpetually looping again. Because that's pretty key to a looper. It's like, it is a looper, so are you in fact looping, or are you letting stuff fade off as it ceases to loop? Or are you erasing the bank or whatever? I could have it set up so that if you have it to 0, it immediately erases whatever bank you're on. And if I needed 2 sliders per delay bank, that's 5 possible layers. And don't mind me digging up some dirt while having that thought. Going and having a swim to get the rest of the dirt. Here we are. Whee. This is coming along fairly well. I hope I find more iron. It would be great to find like an iron seam on this actual island. If it comes to it, I can just dig down. Manu, hello. This is actually the stage where people can start having fun on the server by watching the stream and finding the IP. Because again, I changed what was being published on my stream from the local IP, which doesn't actually let you log on, to the one that was posted in Patreon a while back. And all I had to do was log on the correct way, and it did it. Oh, interesting. People are discovering new things about Paul Stretch. I didn't know that Paul Stretch had tabs for binaurals. I'm not really quite sure how that would work if they weren't in the original sound. Cool beans. I enjoy it when my little audience is sharing, and I don't mean that you're little people, I mean that I don't have many people following. But when you're sharing ideas with each other is the coolest thing ever. I always enjoy that. Once I'm finished with this, I'm going to go over to that other mound of rock and begin working away on that in turn. Probably by the end of the day, I will be actually building something constructive here. Right now, mostly we're just making the largest collection of cobble ever. I don't know, maybe I will pick just regular cobble rather than the dark cobble. I mean, I could simply mine down and get lots of dark cobble and use that, but regular cobble is kind of old school. I could see using that instead. It might be nice. And yeah, so the idea with the looping, and again, I'm going to go and do more looping. Not necessarily today. Today, this is another I wouldn't call it de-stress. The deload was the term. Somebody didn't know on Blue Sky is introduced me to the concept, and I am embracing that concept. I can tell if it's working if I finish the day and my neck is not tensed up to the point of being painful. Because if all this is a little bit too much, or I'm just pushing too hard, I will experience it in like stress and tension and stuff, but I don't have to, I don't have to live that way. I can derp around doing whatever as long as I am being reasonably productive with the stuff that I care about, and these days I kind of am. These days it's working pretty well. I'm looking forward to this weekend, I tell you that. I've got a fun thing to demonstrate this weekend. Might be a little more challenging to demonstrate than some of them, but I'm still looking forward to it. I'm not going to give you any more hints than that. But yeah, the looper concept, I really do enjoy the idea of giving people access to a Airwindows looper where they can do this kind of thing as free open source software. And yet at the same time, there's no way I'm going to attempt to clone or duplicate Circa, even to the point like the guy that moved to my town is actually the interface designer. He's the GUI guy. I like the interface that he made. I'm not going to have anything like it. I don't really do those things. And so that's going to be something just for me to enjoy rather than try to make my own version of it. I'm not going to try to replace him. But in terms of letting people who, I remember I was starting to do it, and somebody asked me what I was using, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm using Circa. This is something that just came out. And they responded, oh no, well I would like it if it wasn't way, way too expensive. It's like $80. But I know what it's like for that to be completely inaccessible. It's like, well, I have to buy rice for living through the next month, and that's going to be X number of bucks. And I have $35 in my bank account, and blah, blah. I know this. I know what it's like living like that. I'm not a million miles away from that, but like I'm in the zone where I can do an $80 plugin of something that I like or want to support, and it's not going to make me not able to eat that week. And so I did. I did exactly that. I went and bought it. But I have every sympathy for people for whom that is too much, for whom an $80 plugin is too much. And so my hope is I will eventually do something where it's like, you don't get to have the clone of Circa. Don't pretend that you're getting one of those, but you should be able to do some of the things that I'm taking pleasure in using something that I made for you. And so it would probably be more along the lines of coming up with a way of doing the Airwindows-sized looper that's more akin to your space ambient kind of thing. And at that, only within a narrow context. Like one of the things I intend to try to do with Circa is I believe it has a multiple output configuration. I need to use that because I need to use my own reverbs with it. I did the stream with extensive use of Circa's own reverbs and delays. And I felt the lack of mine. I'll put it that way. I'm not going to impugn the quality of the reverbs and delays with the guy who does the GUIs was like, I've been doing a whole bunch of stuff with basically the same delays and reverbs I've had this entire time, and I feel like it does kind of show a little bit. And all of what I do is heavily based on endlessly trying to come up with new ways of doing reverbs and delays and things. And I've successfully done a lot of that, and I'm still doing more. I'm hoping to be able to share access to a lot of different kinds of I'm going to suggest to Manu that we sleep now. Sleep or possibly log off so that we can pass the night. I guess that's looking good. Very good. So what I'm likely to be able to offer for when I do go and make a looper plugin, in no way would it be a replacement. In fact, I probably would not even have access to run these things into reverbs, run multiple outputs. I'd be wanting to do the Circa, run multiple outputs, and just route them into different reverbs and things and Console X and sum them that way. Because everything that I was doing was straight up using the stock system. And so much of what I do is about replacing those things with my own systems. And I'll want to continue to do that. Oh, this is what I'll be wanting. Here we are. Lots of stone picks. I'm sure I'll be using them. For instance, I would be able to do a similar thing to what I'm talking about if I had a plugin that was doing the loopery things that would have like 4 or 5, possibly simply just 4, possibly 5, because 2 faders per system means you can fit 5 of something, 5 loops of something into a single plugin that'll run in consolidated and will run on vintage systems and all that kind of stuff that I do. So that would be normal. That would be how I would go about doing it. Let's continue with this for a while. Let's bring the earth and grass out into this area a little more. Don't worry about my coordinates, not a concern. This is just a thing I'm doing. Don't need any help with it. Oh, rain time. Okay, let's place more of this dorite. I'm tempted to fire up my wood stove a little bit more. It's been chilly, and I'm kind of, it's really totally gone out. I'm figuring out whether I need to heat this place or whether it's, we're not going to play hide and seek. I'm waving my hand. These are not the coordinates you're looking for. Jedi mind trick. If I wanted people to come and mine things with me, I would have made my coordinates visible because I was doing that last stream. Nine more blocks and we're done with this. I am actually feeling slight chilliness. Wonder whether maybe I should fire up the wood stove cam and then go and use it. That's the thought. First things first, a little bit more Minecrafting, and that'll give us plenty of opportunity for the grass to stretch out into this region. Oh, and I have one more dirt to place. Yeah, let's do that. And then I'll get back to the discussion. Oh, cool beans, found a horse. There you go. I found a dolphin. A dolphin is playing out here. Let me scooch over to where the bed is. And attend to the wood stove. We'll probably use this camera for music streams. I've been slacking on the firewood, man. This isn't even warm anymore. I let it go out. Thinking it was going to be another really warm day. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's not going to be as warm of a day as I thought. That, however, is fixable. Let's see about fixing it. I can probably get those two pieces of wood to get going. Then I will get back to what I'm doing. Pizza circles. Some of my fire lighting is not only cardboard but oil fire because I'm using the pizza grease as fuel. Very efficient way of going about things. That whole pizza thing is going to burst into flame momentarily. I'm kind of trying to keep an eye on the screen because I don't mean to lose too much track of the Minecraft just because I actually have to have warmth in real life. Might need warmth in real life, but we're also keeping a video game going. Was having some thoughts about the video games this morning. Setting that up. I like being able to make a place for people to play their games at. It's one of the things that I enjoy, is being able to have a server somewhere. Meanwhile, we'll see how that goes. So I did have I have a question. I do not have a saddle, no. In fact, I don't have anything even like a saddle. Haven't gotten even close to having that technology. I think it's going to get dark before terribly long. No matter, one thing at a time. Oh, did I lose that? Ah, there we go. Poing. I do not understand what is meant by spectral reverbs. One of the things that I've been talking about lately is how my work in Smoothie Q is about stepping away from those types of techniques and faulting the tone qualities of things like, say, MP3. So along those lines, a spectral reverb would be something I would actively avoid. That said, I am curious as to what was being meant by that, like if there's anything in mind. Granted, Paul Stretch is indeed a spectral processing. If I was to do that, what I would be doing, there's probably even aspects of it that would work on something as different as like MP3. Yep, on it, getting right there. Boop. People normally do the spectral processing, such as in MP3 and so on, and then normally reconstruct the audio. And this reconstruction of the audio is essentially spectral processing, but I'm not aware of anybody who is doing work in spectral processing who has the faintest idea of where I do my work. Namely, being able to take sound and edit it and alter it and do stuff with it at high bit depths, where the bus is like 64-bit double precision bus. And in theory, if you're doing spectral processing of any kind, you could still pay attention to that stuff and come out with a spectral processor, including an MP3 decoder, that sounded more interesting, that sounded better in the ways that things like Smoothie Q sound better. You could do that if you wanted to. You could do it where you reconstructed it to like long double and then dithered to double precision or dithered to 32-bit for core audio. Nothing is stopping anybody from doing it. It's simply a thing that people do not do because they assume the spectral will be enough. They assume nothing is to be gained. And that always kind of annoys me when people are like, no, I know what the limitations of sound are, so therefore if you hear anything contradictory to that, you're just wrong. And I don't enjoy that type of attitude. So I've been working for many years to not do that. Yeah, Jonathan, I would suggest you look into, like, there is another guy that did spectral plugins. There were a bunch of AU spectral plugins that you could download. Just find stuff to experiment with that. Or indeed a spectral noise reducer. That's another thing. For the purpose of familiarizing yourself with the tone of that technology. Because I pretty much find that tone unworkable. I can't get anything worth having out of spectral stuff, which probably means I need to try to make a version of it and apply the things I do to it. When you say change the tone and color of the reverb by using different bands, that's true. That doesn't mean that any of them would be something that sounds like reverb. But they can sound a lot like Paul Stretch. Think of the tone of Paul Stretch. That's what you'd get. Paul Stretch is very squishy, but doesn't necessarily have much in the way of depth. There's this cloudy quality to it. And that's very much because spectral stuff is done in a certain way. Really, probably that should be something I look into, because you could do a very decent, well, I say you could do a very decent spectral gate by doing the spectral thing and then having it have a simple dry wet so that you'd have access. The dry signal would not be having the bins be louder so much as just letting the original sound back in. But I don't know if there would be major phase issues with that. It could be similar to the problems I was having with Angle EQ, where I tried to do a high pass out of the initial Angle EQ, and it completely and totally failed because there was too much phasing happening. That could easily be the case with the spectral as well. It wouldn't necessarily just be like, here's the wet, which is the extreme version of the gating, and then here's your dry, and you add them together and you're good. It's not necessarily so. Even if you had delay compensation, still might not necessarily be what you'd want. That said, I'm not entirely sure. I haven't done those experiments. Yeah, like I have said before, when I started using, that's one thing I'm looking forward to as well, is using I'll be using Circa much like the way that I use Surge. Surge is an entire synthesizer with enormous adaptability and power, and an interface that I enjoy, in which I can find out what I want to do and basically apply anything that I want to do synthesizer-wise to the sound pretty darn immediately. Like, I don't have a lot of issues with getting sounds together in Surge. I will be doing that on stream at some point. Certainly something on the agenda is jump in, do more of that. People would like to see that. But it's also running a 32-bit bus. And I prefer the 64-bit bus of Reaper or all of my plugins or the full bucket plugins. I'll get more of my sound off of the 64-bit bus simply because all of those calculations, they add up. You can do stuff with a 32-bit bus if you do very little to the sound. Once you start doing a lot, you'll start noticing a change in tonality. If that is, you're the kind of vinyl maven person who wants a very particular type of tone that is not easily achieved in digital means. And that's one of the issues that ends up taking stuff and making it more DAW-like and less analog world-like. So what I'm hoping to do, and expect to be able to do, because I'm pretty sure that there was something about how you could get individual outputs for all of those circuit loops. What I would be doing is bringing all of that into Reaper and then summing it in Reaper using Console X. At which point, I would absolutely be able to put whatever, reverbs I wanted on anything. I'd be using all my own reverbs for stuff. Different bands would have different levels of reverb to it. Like if I started doing stuff in one particular layer, that layer would be decided to be the heavy deep field reverb layer, like galactic interstellar kind of layer. Other layers might be specifically stuff that is the foreground, and it would all go very well. And then the output of those things get summed in console, because that is a very quick way to use my control surface to dial in whatever tonal things I want using EQ. So much like Jonathan was saying, rather than do a spectral reverb and use different levels of bands in the spectral to get different sounds, just equalize it and just go and make a different sound. Give me that. Thank you. So this is interesting. There's this massive empty space here. This is like a floating island. There's a whole bunch of rock that's just kind of sitting there. Actually, let's take this one out as well. Deeper water, caves underneath the base, all seems cool. Usually I have to look up which surge I want. One of them is the more basic version, and the other one is the one that's a little bit more responsive. They're both really hard to hear. The Airwindows surge compressors are extremely difficult to hear because the rate that they modulate the sound is kind of hidden by how they work. Again, it modulates the rate of change of the rate of change, in some cases of the rate of change. And those many layers added to it mean that when you hit compression and it kicks in, you really don't get to hear where or when it kicks in. It's still modulating the volume, but it's doing it in this extremely transparent way where you can't really tell what it's doing. That's by design, but it also makes it not really a go-to plugin for me. Usually if I'm compressing, I want to know that I'm compressing. And it's the opposite of the make a big spectacular drum sound compression. Probably worth investigating that again at some point. Although I don't, honestly, given that I'm that big of a fan of the Surge synthesizer, I'm not sure if I'd want to continue making more Surge compressor plugins. It's a fine idea, but the namespace conflict is a concern. Like, I was really building that before I knew of the Surge XT project. So I probably am not going to. I could very easily go and do something along those lines, but I don't think I'd be calling it that. Hey. Boop. Let me make the hint. So yeah, the experimenting with Circa, it is much more interesting looking, especially if I'm streaming. If you made a GUI for my... Hello. I just got surprised by a monster who's attacking me. Sir? Not appreciating your input? I don't know how that happened. Rapidly filling up this. Although I can expand outwards the dirt a little more, perhaps. What was I thinking about before the monster attacked me? Ooh, well, one thing I was thinking about was getting some of this. I think maybe I'll mine up all of this for possible use. Hey there, Psycho with funny characters. How's things treating you? I would like a shovel for that stuff. And I'm not going to get one there. Except for I am, because it's made out of cobblestone. Some point I'll be doing the normal person things with this stuff. Just for right now, I'm figuring out why I don't have any steak on me. Perhaps I put them away somewhere. Or have simply used them all up. Well, not for long. Gonna have lots of steak. Grab a couple of shovels while we're at it. Boop. It's a fair question. That depends upon whether you mean Minecraft or whether you mean my day job and what I normally do. One of the things I'm thinking about is what kinds of things I want on the edge of this place, so perhaps it is a fine time to start filling in some of this stuff with sand. I'm taking a small island and flattening it for no particular reason. It's just a random thing to be doing. So beaches should be made out of sand, so we're making a beach out of sand. I also decided that I wanted to mine up all of this diorite, so I'll be doing some of that. Maybe not all the way down to the edge. And I can pick up this gravel. Although only so much. But I guess the rest of the gravel can take care of itself. Could I place that after breaking the gravel? I think that it's logically and conceptually no chance in the world. We're going to try anyway. Wow, look at that. Quick Hands McGee here. Bozo Hands McGee here, failing to do it. I did it once. Can I do it twice? No. No, I cannot. Go. One more try. Nope. That's going to be a nope. No matter. Back to whatever it was I was actually doing. Because we're done with that stuff for now. Hey, I remember. The idea of mining up literally all the diorite. Oh, so what have we... Why do we have random flint? Maybe the lava was spitting out random flint. Yeah, it's all good. Hey, Pink Sounds. Made it. I'm going to mine up this last level before digging up all the diorite. Honestly, don't know whether I'm going to want to use diorite or not. Excuse. Oh. Well, dang it. That's no good. Now I have to go all the way back and get some sand and put the sand there. And presumably finish everything up by putting sand all the way around the outside edge of the island so that it'll match. Which I'm not sure is even possible. But I'd have to get a smelting going to replace that with stone. And that's no good. Yeah, whatever. Frustrating myself with this stuff. I have clear ideas as to how it's meant to go, even though they are completely and totally arbitrary. And none of it actually matters or means anything. Onward. My bird showed up. Cool. I did make friends with the bird. Awesome. Or did I hit you with a stick? Maybe you don't hang out on my shoulder if I'm mining. I'll come up with a way of feeding you more seeds and heal you back up. Also have to be careful befriending a parrot because that thing is going to start making like creeper noises at me and stuff. Mark. Cool though. I knew I had done a kindness to that parrot, but I didn't know what it was going to mean. Also, I'm pretty sure that you can make them sit and be good. That might be an admirable idea. Let's do that. Come on, honey. And put these things away again. Make sure to find a small spot. Oh, you're on my shoulder. We even match. Look at that. I'm partly diamond and partly gold, and so is the parrot. Cool beans. Who knew? However, I don't know how to get him off of my shoulder and onto a thing to sit there. So I guess I'll wait for... Okay, I was hoping you would do something like that. Let's left click on you. Splendid. And I can even move you over because I wanted you to be sitting on not rock. Like go and sit on some nice grass. I think it's wandering. There you go, that looks cozy. Soon it shall be night. That, or I can place one of those cherry blossom leaves and then have it sit on that. That'd be cool. I don't know all the details. Oh, somebody's here. whoever you are, you need to log off for a moment so that we can pass the night. See, we got 2 or 3. There we go. All right, we're good. Ah, menu. Okay. Hi. Yeah, thank you. That was what we needed. I guess Manu just came to see what the heck this is, which I'm telling you, not much to see. I am simply doing strange things on this little island. That's all. While talking about loopers and things, so there's that. In fact, to some extent, the intention of picking something meaningless to do is so that I can talk over it. It's a little bit like James of Loading Ready Run, which is an internet comedy troupe. Well, know that you don't have to reach this place. Nobody needs to be here, including me. But yeah, no, you may use the boat, by all means. It's out there. So yeah, the thing with the loopers, mind that you don't get hit by my pickaxe, is that I can probably make one. It would just end up acting quite differently than Circa, because Circa has all the interface stuff set up so that you can manipulate it, kind of like how I got the oh, okay, so there are, I'm just figuring out what's where. Yeah, fair enough. I'll probably have to continue finding other different bases if that becomes a thing, but it's all good. Again, I can come up with a looper, and again, I would end up with limits, especially if I wanted it to be available and consolidated, which I could. But that's going to entail limits on its controls. Like if you went and looked at the controls of Circa, and you busted it out into the generic controls version, there would be lots of them all over the place. There's actually quite a bit of interface design going into that. And, yep, and what I'd be doing is something that would enable the use of a looper without actually buying anything, like free looper for people, except for that it wouldn't be doing all the same things. It would be doing a limited subset of things that make it along the lines of what you can get out of a more simple plugin scenario, out of a generic plugin with only 10 sliders. And what that means is, for starters, almost certainly fewer controls, or fewer layers. Circa has 6, and a wide variety of things you can do with all of them. You wouldn't be able to do things like synchronize the startups of each of them to each other. I'm thinking the desirable controls for a looper are probably the pitch and the amount of regeneration. So you'd have something where you crank it all the way up, and that is 100% regeneration. And you turn it down and it starts replacing what was in the buffer with what you're playing in, or indeed replacing it with nothing. And possibly if you turn it all the way down to 0, it just blanks whatever level that is. But that also means that you'd have to have a separate one for each layer. And that means with a pitch and a regeneration, even if I come up with multiple things to do with each control, that's limiting it to 5 layers rather than the 6 that Circuit gives you. Now there are some other layers of concept as well. By the way, Manu, I'm going to ask you not to build stuff on this island because this was going to be my little vision of building stuff here. It's not seeing you build anything, I'm just saying. The whole purpose of me going here rather than staying back at spawn or finding a more likely place was to have a personal canvas for derping around and doing weird stuff. And I will have that one way or another. It just depends upon whether this ends up being the place for it. Making some progress at the initial idea, anyhow. I dare say I can spell it out, is the initial idea was I will personally mine every block off of this until it's flat, which is what I'm doing. It's a little bit like James out of the Loading Ready Run, the comedy troupe that I sometimes talk about, who does picking a chunk and mining it down to bedrock, using only the resources available in that chunk. That's called Punch-a-Chunk. And it's an amusing thing to watch somebody doing in Minecraft. It's not what I'm doing, but I'm doing a sort of related thing. A thing involving, like, making the area flat for starters and then thinking of something else to do with it. And there's a certain amount of only using the resources I have available. What, the punch in the chunk? Yeah, if you're interested, you should look up Minecraft and Loading Ready Run and James with his Punch-a-Chunk, because that's what's going on with that. I'm going to have to put more chests, which I can do. I might also want to put more dirt. I do have some more dirt. What I have is a third-party thing, which I initially got because I thought that it would run better on Apple Silicon. And it's called, what is it called? Lunar Client. I can see it from in my title bar. So Lunar Client is the thing that has, like, if you see my screen, which presumably you do, if I go to Lunar Options, this is Lunar Client stuff. This is not the default 121 stuff. And the reason they have it is because they figure on having stuff for Hypixel, or there's mechanics that you can have that you can set up. I'm using the HUD. It's giving me some options there. There's a variety of other things there. And they try to sell you like bling and such. So this is not necessarily meant to be entirely free. They would like to sell you additional things, presumably on a renting them month by month basis. But I'm using it not for that reason. I'm using it because I was looking for something that would run the version of Minecraft that I was using in a way that was most efficient for I was looking for something that would work good for Apple Silicon. That was the intent. And so that's why I ended up with what I've got. This is going to be the cobble chest now. I think I've seen Prism Launcher somewhere. Right, thanks, Pink Sounds. So I feel like if I'm lucky, there'll actually be an iron seam here. Because I must say, I will run into lack of iron at some point. Especially if I decide I want to make iron golems, and that would be kind of cool. I feel like I'd kind of like some of those. And by that I mean I will build those things. Because I am playing a game. I'm not sure mods can be used on my server. You can try them and find out. I would ask you not try them here. On my weird little island that I'm making flat. But the whole rest of the server is, as far as I'm concerned, relatively anarchistic. So yeah, find a likely spot somewhere in the vast entirety of this entire server. And start doing whatever you want, more or less. Oh, Pink Sounds, thank you. So client-only mods should work. They are reported to work. Sounds good to me. Interestingly, I've always had the same challenges playing Minecraft, especially playing Minecraft on multiplayer servers. Even back in the day. I had some friends at the time who were bronies, part of the My Little Pony fandom. We parted for other reasons than that. And it wasn't always a challenge, but there was always a level of challenge because I tend to make friends who want to help and play together. I have autism. I don't think in terms of managing... Hello. Okay. I was just looking over there being like, did you just do this? Please don't do this. But perhaps not. Yeah, no, I think maybe that was already there. Cool. Yeah, I have, you could say, developed an autistic fixation on taking this weird little island and doing this specific thing to it. So if that was interfered with by somebody else doing it for me or whatever, I would probably just have to stop and do something else. And that's always been something of a challenge with me in cooperative Minecraft play, because nothing I'm doing is important enough that I would want to actually enlist assistance to do it. And that's repeatedly been a thing with the multiplayer servers. I've repeatedly run into situations where, like, the people who are playing with me are apparently really grateful for being able to have a server to play on, and so they want to help me finish doing tasks, and that's not really the way I play. I'm not sure how common that is in cooperative Minecraft play in general. Like, I do know with the big... neat, okay. I'm pleased to hear it. Like, I know with the big multiplayer servers, like, what's the name of that group of people. It's not Hypixel because that's a game server. Thinking of something else. Since you're here, do you know the name of them? The name of the big group of people that make these incredibly elaborate builds, and they have like seasons of their Minecraft world? I think I could name at least one of them. I feel like I could probably name at least one of them if I tried. Yep, nailed it. See, the biggest ones, right? So Hermitcraft are the people I'm thinking of. I'm honestly curious as to if they are similar to me in that respect, or if they're doing something else. Because it's like they do amount to making extraordinary amounts of stuff. But I don't know if they build things together or whether they're more along the lines of what I tend to do, which is, this is my little area. Please do not mine a block in my little area. I am doing this thing. I'm making this flat or whatever. And I think a lot of the Hermitcraft guys, their enormous mega builds often are just their own doing. Like, it's just the one Hermitcraft guy, he has gone off, like, for instance, into the jungle area over there, and then built the gigantic sphere of something on top of that jungle mountain. There's also, the name I was looking for was Mumbo Jumbo. There's some folks who really, like, they're doing like scientific research. Like, they have all this redstone and they're building stuff. And part of what they're doing is they're in creative worlds, figuring out. Yeah, my take on economics, it's also very interesting thinking in terms of economics. That's why I have a intro chest right over at spawn where I've clearly labeled it. Because you see, I have sympathies in the same way for if other people are like me. I don't mean to take away anybody else's playing of the game if they're showing up, even if it's like literally on a server in my basement. I do have feelings about like, hey, I'm letting people play games in my basement because the server is literally sitting on a laptop in my basement. But I don't want to be like, here's all of your diamond gear, kit yourself up and go out and, I don't know, run around or something. Is not really what I want to do to anybody. So the spawn stuff is this stack. There's a couple of hoppers in there as well. It's this stack of chests. And the stack of chests just contains a bunch of various basics, including some useful things like buckets. And I intend for those things to be taken and used by people. But I'm also assuming you're going to want to go and mine your own iron and whatever. Oh, that is a thunderstorm. That means that we can sleep it away. Perhaps let's go and do that thing. I'm going to have to fight a guy first, I'm sorry to say. Also, that was my bed. Oh, no, that's not. This is my bed. Okay, it's day. Meanwhile, now I have to fight another guy. Or don't technically have to fight him, but I can. I even got an arrow back from it. Continue to drop. Nope, wrong place. The resources. It's funny how you make your own stuff and resources and things, and you're like, I'm going to arrange it in this way and that way, and I'm going to do this and that and the other thing. It makes me wonder what it's like with the Hermitcraft guys, to the extent of, do they do the cooperative thing? How do they adapt to that? Is it pleasing to them, or is it just driving them up the wall like often happens with me? And that's why I didn't put too much into the spawn visitor guest chests. Up. There's also another idea that I ended up with at one point that I did not stick with, and I'm happy I didn't stick with it. During one incarnation of the Snowball Madness stuff, I thought I would set it up in such a way where I'd run the server, it would have this access to extremely destructive things, but I'd only run the server while I was actually streaming, so that people would be up to speed with and literally watching all the developments that went on. So I ended up not sticking with that, which I'm happy I didn't, because of a couple of reasons, and one of them is just my preference for don't mind me just getting up here. My preference for using Minecraft as a solo play tool. But also, if you did that, it would be implied that you would be interacting and everybody would be doing things all together and stuff. And then when you were finished streaming, the server would go off. Nothing could happen to it, but nothing would happen to it. That is very effective at making people be logging on and being on screen all the time when you're doing stuff. But it's very not effective as far as showing up and discovering that somebody built some weird amusing thing at spawn. Speaking of which, I need to go back to the spawn in that jungle tree so that I can chop it down, be satisfied with that, get some of the jungle saplings, and then let people do whatever they want, because too much of spawn right now is like Chris-style things, and I don't want it too limited that way. I would like to have it be a little more accessible for people to do whatever they want, rather than these odd things that I do, which are very obviously for me to play with. In particular, the line of oak trees is something I constantly do, where I plant a line of oak trees, I let them all grow up. I have not yet built a height limit where it would stop the giant oak trees from growing, because that would be pretty effective at doing that, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. But typically when I do that, it's because I mean to get axes and be chopping down enormous quantities of oak wood that way. And it's kind of gratifying in a weird way. But it also looks so unusual because you don't know whether, like, am I saving that for myself to chop down? Why, yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. But am I also saving it to, like, build a fortress in which the walls of the fortress are literally trees that were just grown there rather than placed there? I've done that before. I did that before at a time when I was streaming the Minecraft playing. So, like, you don't know whether maybe I have plans for this odd thing that I made. And I can see why people don't necessarily mess with it. But I'd like to have a little more freedom for people to be able to sort of mess with stuff, as long as it's not like just nuking the things that I was building for myself. And I do feel like spawn, see, now my back and neck are tensing up like crazy because of the interactivity. No matter, it is what it is. I should talk about loopers again. I've got some real life friends in the recovery community where we all are basically just staying clean and sober off drugs and alcohol together. And I got a bunch of friends like that. And some of them were like, oh my God, I couldn't believe you doing these things on YouTube where you're doing this stream and you're talking for 8 hours at a stretch. How can you do that? Well, that's one of the things that people do when this is the thing that they do. Speaking of which, regarding things that I do, I'd like to go and attend to some of those things I was talking about. I'll leave a bunch of cobble behind. And, oh, I should make some stone axes for the purpose. That seems like it would be good. I'd like to go back and attend to that stuff. Also, I don't need this many beds. I'll keep that one and bring the other one back. And I'll bring some rotten flesh back, because who wants that? And I'll deal with the rest of this stuff as I see fit. I've got steak. I put away the cobble, so I have to pick it back up again. And crafting table is what one uses for that. I'm probably also going to park the bird back at spawn. It can still be my bird, but four axes will probably hold me. I'll go and deal with some of them things that I was talking about. Up to and including the jungle tree. I am tempted to continue the jungle tree joke, because remember, this one's mine? Yeah, this one's mine. I was parked in the corner. The jungle tree gag is planting jungle trees on top of jungle trees until there is a giant stack of jungle trees that go up beyond sight. I did not do that. I started to. I did a jungle tree and then another jungle tree planted on top of it, but I didn't go any farther than that. It's just weird enough that people aren't likely to mess with it. So I'm going to chop it down and gather a goodly number of the right. Coffee would be nice, but I have had enough right now. Wonder how far I have to go. Probably not too far. Yeah, here we go. We're getting closer. Also, here's a good sand place. That's cool. It's good to know about. There's the parking garage that I made, in which you can go to fight monsters, I guess. And let's go and tend to some of these things. Look at all that gravel. Spawn could use some attention. Oh, look, it's planks going all the way down there for the pier. Boop, boop, boop. So let me see. First of all, I was going to chuck some of that there and the other bed. And I could put more chests, but on the other hand, I could hang on to the chests. Who knows? So I think first the jungle tree and then that. Also, do I have... I could get some bamboo. Do I have my shears on me? Oh, it's nighttime. Also, there's cocoa that could be done there. Well, now wait a minute. That's dirty pull man. It's still my damn bed. I'll take one of these. Thought that bed looked familiar. You miscreant. What the heck? Well, no matter. This is the area that I was intending to sort of strip bare at some point anyhow. Like gradually take the stuff that I liked and bring it over to the base that was not near spawn, so I would have a more likely chance of not having everything literally just taken away. Pink sound, I sympathize. I ended up having to lead more of a chain-free life. Mind you, I do have a addicty fascination for coffee, so there is that, to be perfectly honest. That is something where one might find that a recognizable behavior. You could very well go, that seems like something an addict would do, is get that into coffee, and you wouldn't be wrong. You can't make shears out of copper. I think I might have goozled myself. So we've got some stuff here. In fact, I've got the makings for doing some enchanting. I got levels. Let's see what's available on these things if you enchant them. I can throw another enchant on. Oh, I forgot to get the lapis. So if we enchanted the iron pick, that would be efficiency 2, no bueno. If we enchanted the bow, it would be power 1. I need more levels for higher enchants, so there's that. If I enchanted the fishing rod, that's just unbreaking. And what do you get with the book? Bane. Okay, so all of our enchants are basically garbage and poo. Won't be doing anything more about that right now. Nothing in the furnace. Oh, hi. I was thinking of that simply because I needed some vines, and looks like I do in fact have shears, so I should be good. Because I'll need to climb the rest of the way up there. I should very soon have all the vines I want. Perhaps more vines than I need. You only get the one that you snipped. You do not get the ones that you didn't snip. I am fortunately carrying the stone hoe, so we can fix that. Here we are. Finally got a watermelon. These do have a tendency of wrecking the farmland, so I'm not sure if I want them to stay there. But again, the whole thing about spawn is that it's not as controlled the situation as what I would want to do in a base of my own where I had set it up just the way I wanted. So perhaps less fussing about that and more just letting it be what it'll be. In any case, this is probably enough vines. I'm probably going to want to have some vines for myself at some point, but for now, here's what we must do. Climb up and see where that is there. And I had better get the shears handy. Actually, we've got so much shears right now. This is an admirable time to... Oh, looks like I got some leaf block. That's probably just going to fall to the ground. Or not. Yeah, it's kind of spooky doing this high up. Although if the vines were there, I'd be able to fall down them. So that'd be cool. It's a safety procedure for not falling to your doom. Okay. Now we got to start chopping some of this stuff down. Oh, see, there's that black bed. I'm not sure whether I want it back. I do actually have both ink sacks and the material for making beds, so I don't have to be too fussy about that. Wonder if you jumped onto the bamboo forest, could you be impaled on the bamboo? It's sure growing tall. My God, look at that. That's amazing. I wonder how tall it'll grow. Will it grow up to world height? These are the questions. That's just leaves breaking. Fine. Didn't want to be startled by random people up here in the top of the tree. I usually take the scariness factor of falling to your doom fairly seriously, even though it is only a video game, so who cares? And although I bet there's still more, well, I can find out easily enough. Here's how you go down one of these. Oh, I'm reading chat. Pink Sounds was talking about a fancy note block farm, so that's cool. I don't often think in terms of actually doing music of any seriousness in literal Minecraft, but I completely understand why that would be an interesting, cool thing to try. So let's see, no hidden blocks in there anywhere? Ah, that's going to stay if I don't do something about it. There we go. It's probably going to despawn by the time I get to it. Or not. See, if I do this properly, there's going to be a whole bunch of jungly saplings, and I can put some of them in the newbie chest. I do approve of the idea of sharing these things. It's just that it is nobody's job to play the game for any of us, and therefore be getting all of this stuff and delivering it to people. I think it's just a testament to the niceness of the people that I play with, that there's always been that tendency. Everybody that I've ever played with has had this tendency of like, here, let me play the game for you and give you all the stuff. At which point you're like, well, what am I doing then? But I sympathize with the desire to be of help because, as is plainly seen from me playing here, that I completely relate. There I am, all the way over there, making the fancy stack of chests and filling it with goodies and making these various farms, which may or may not be obvious that, you know, go ahead and use these and then replace what you need or whatever. Another challenge there is that making detailed rules for things is not necessarily of the most fun. It's nice to just wing it. It's just that when you're playing Minecraft and pursuing bizarre pursuits, it could very easily be like, no, don't wing it that way. But it all just depends. One of the things I was thinking of this morning is how interesting it is that we develop these places which are like virtual places to share. And that's why I take some of that stuff pretty seriously. I like to make it so that you can have a place. I wonder if I can shear some of these things before they are gone. Well, those ones I can't reach. But anything that I can reach... Oh, well, that was kind of useless. No matter, that's good enough. Good enough for rock and roll. I like being able to provide things like Minecraft server for people to play on that stays operating and is consistent. I lost the Snowball Madness one, but in fairness, some of that was like so tied into me building a game with like mods and stuff that presumably was meant to be played a certain way, and then teaching people how to use it, that it was kind of heavy-handed. There was more to it than I really enjoyed. Also, I'm going to have to run off and hit the bed pretty soon. I wonder how many of these things I get as the darkness sets in and as I try to pick up dropped stuff before rushing off. Anything down there? No. I probably got enough stuff out of there. I'd be a little surprised if it's probably left for me. I'll know if it's left for me if the white one got stolen. Okay. So I'll type the zzz. There we go. So that's 13 jungle saplings. I'm going to call that enough. I can even leave 5 of them, meaning that you could make a giant one, and then also if that didn't work, you could make a small one and work your way up from there. So there's a solid start, and I'll keep 8 for myself. If you're able to share them, we've got some at spawn. I've made a point of having some sheep at spawn, because I feel like cooperative Minecraft playing, being able to sleep or make a bed is of high enough priority that that's a fairly obvious call. Oh no. Well, you don't have to sleep if you fell from a high place. There he was. Oh, wearing a... Is that actually a glass block hat, or is that just skin? Styling, whatever it is. I think we have... No, apparently we don't. Well, I have shears on me, so what I can do is go and I'll throw some... Also, talking of beds, you know, in the newbie place, we've got literal beds to have. That's why I was sassing Manu a little bit, is I had a fancy black bed and then plenty of beds available, and Manu grabbed my black bed and ran with it. And then apparently has brought it back, so there's that. But I do have like white colored beds in the chests, the startup chests. So what I'll do now is shear a bunch of sheep and then have some blocks as well. If people don't feel comfortable just taking... If people don't feel comfortable taking beds, I'll have some wool, and hopefully that'll be encouraging. Oh, dang it. You guys. Seriously. Also, somebody was asking for saddles, and I'm pretty sure you can get those out of cow. You can make them from leather. I just don't remember exactly how. Gonna have a lot of wool by the time I'm done, because they're nomming on grass and regrowing their wool at a phenomenal rate. I could probably wander around shearing sheep without stopping, because by the time I finished with one, somebody across the field has already regrown their wool. Just like this here. See? So that's 31 white. I look across there and it's like, yep, there is the more white sheep. I'm going to have a full stack of wool before I know it. and billions of eggs. Because I did fancy making a chicken bomb. It is something I would kind of like to do. Can I jump up onto that? No. Can I jump up onto this? Probably not. No. I'm not good enough at this game to do that. But I am good enough at this game to get a whole bunch of wool. And we'll just kind of go from there. You know what would be really cool is if you could shear chickens to get feathers and have them grow back. That would be awesome. I would thoroughly enjoy that. Because it would mean that you could keep the chickens but not be slaughtering them all the time. And it's all well and good. I'm fine with that. But it would also be kind of neat not to have to do that. Have that be an available gameplay option. Oh. Relatable pink sounds. Relatable. I'll try not to make you cry. I have to be cautious because, like, for instance, like with Manu there, where it's like, damn it, don't steal my bed. It's like, well, I'm serious, but at the same time, I'm not really serious and I'm not mad, but I'm like, oh, it was my special bed. So I'm going to put it back where it was. I'll just make another one at some point. And I was like, this is my spawn with all of my stuff in my special box. I have a label on my box specifically because I was like, this is my special stuff. And this is my shared stuff, such as there's the bed. And then here's a stack of white wool in case anybody wants to make a bed and these aren't enough for them. And we've sure got a lot of leaf litter here. And then I've also got food down here. And so the hope is that newcomers showing up can find a thing like this and go, I could probably use that. Because it's true, that's what it's for. Up to and including the jungle saplings, because here I've got mine. Now that I have taken care of that stuff, time to go and deal with this giant pile of tree. Because that is also something I wanted to do. But yeah, it's my way of doing the cooperative play while not actually being very good at cooperative play, if that makes any sense. It doesn't really bother me because it kind of is what it is. I'm publicly acknowledging that I might be kind of insufferable or tiresome to play games with. It's mostly because of just sheer inexperience. Like, I've never had much in the way of, I don't have friends in real life. I don't do anything, go anywhere. I just have my work, and that's about it. So along the same lines, like, I appreciate it if people are trying not to make me cry. Oh. What kind of items did you have? I know you didn't have, you were looking for getting a bed. Yeah, one of our players, whether it be Manu or somebody else, was all decked out with diamonds, and I was like, well, I'm impressed. I can't even do that. I don't have nearly enough diamonds. Which is not to say that I want to be given all the diamonds, because I don't. But there's definitely the level of, how'd you do that? I find that much more difficult. I had a lot of struggles with it. That said, I should be able to mine out this whole tree without too much trouble. As long as I can find the stray blocks in here. if any. There might not be any. Or I could find them by plummeting to my death. Eee. Splot. Apparently not. I'm not being too fussy about these picks. I know that mining through the leaves will wear out the pick real fast, but I made a bunch of them for exactly this reason. So I'll just be using them like that. Oh, somebody would. Oh, I see. Jess is asking about Walkman emulations. No, I don't really have anything like that. One of the things that is stopping me from doing to cassette, which would probably be your best bet for something like that, is simply that I have a literal cassette recorder that I have not done much with, or anything really. I have not done anything with it yet. I have cassette tapes. I do have tapes that I can use. I have the device. I'm going to need to observe the real live tape deck that I got. But I have been busy doing things like, you saw that I was doing Smoothie Q. And then there was a whole day where, rather than doing more working on to cassette or whatever, I was live streaming looping using Audio Damage Circa. And I'm quite happy with that, but that is time that I didn't spend working with the tape machine. And it's all like that. It's like, what are you going to do with the time you've got? By the way, I'm going to run over to a bed as soon as I can. I'm just methodically chopping through a few more wood blocks. And I'll be over to where the bed is as soon as you know it. All right. Yeah, you're going to have to. One thing that's thrown me a bit recently is that if you have paid attention to Airwindows long enough, you'll know that I talk about the guy from Compass Point who befriended me to some extent anyhow, and asked me for, oh, for heaven's sake, sir, stay away from me, who befriended me to some point. I went to a photography exhibition he made, and was never, I can't say that I'm like real close or anything. That's not something that I can claim. But I was allowed onto his pet forum, got invited to join it, and I have visited him in Boston and went to his photography exhibition and helped him clean up after it and got a hug. And that is engineer Terry Manning, who did Led Zeppelin 3 and the ZZ Top records. So I could count that person as a friend, but he was 77 years old and he died recently. And that's thrown me a little bit. I'm kind of feeling it. Simply because it's like, yeah, that is a thing that happens. We're not exempt. He had a good 20 years or so on me. But then people nearer my age, like Steve Albini, are passing on as well. So it's like, this day and age, man, if you expect to have like healthcare, ha 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 ha. Thanks, Trump, for taking those things away. And it's just like, this is a heck of a world to be alive in. Yeah, you're going to have to either back up or you're going to fall to my axe, which is not the way I intend to play the game. I'm not going to be hitting you with an axe on purpose, but standing on the thing that I am axing might lead to unfortunate results. Yeah, I was sorry to hear it as well. I post announcements of my plugins to various places. I'm probably going to have to stop posting to KVR because they won't let me on the site anymore. I'm blocked through Cloudflare for some reason I do not understand. And KVR is such a sassy place that I'm like, okay, if you want, if that's how you want to play it, I don't have to post there. Or you could straighten your stuff out and let me read the site. But if you're not going to let me read the site, I'll act as if you are intentionally not letting me go on the site. Because I don't really have any patience for that kind of nonsense. I don't know why I would be blocked. I don't think I'm having a fight with anybody there. It's just Cloudflare is doing a thing. But yeah, I posted plugin updates like Smooth EQ and Angle EQ and so on to the ProSoundWeb forum, which is Terry's place. And I posted one after he had died without noticing that that was what they were talking about in the forums because I was quickly posting the stuff and moving on. So I felt kind of bad about that. I went back to the one where he had asked me for it and posted a little thing as a follow-up to that, like, I'm glad I was able to do something for you. Because that's how I felt. I'm glad I was able to do something for this guy. I would have loved to be friends, but I never managed to be friends with people. And it was like that with Tim Gillies. Tim Gillies was the notorious slipper man of the internet. And he did a bunch of useful work that I kind of emulate. And he was teaching people how to engineer heavy metal music. And he had done like Thursday and Taken Back Sunday and a variety of different bands like that in his studio, Big Blue Meanie, in New Jersey. And this guy, I got to tell you about some of the Tim Gillies stuff, because that's the thing, is like he had health issues and had to leave the United States and go to Tasmania to go to a place where he could get health care. Because what was happening is he was having these health issues. I think a lot of them were stress-induced. And getting iller and iller, and could not, he was like too wealthy to be on Medicaid or whatever, which is not great anyhow, but was burning through all the studio money on his personal health issues. And he ended up being able to go to Tasmania with his girlfriend, who was a Tasmanian or New Zealander or something like that. I forget exactly the details of it, but Australia, that area. And he ended up dying. I was able to meet that guy in person as well. I went down to the Big Blue Meanie area and was actually able to meet him. Although I wasn't able to stay because they were all smoking a bunch of dope, and even in the day, I was still like clean and sober. So when that started coming out, I was able to personally see him and say hello, and he liked what I did. In fact, I made Golem for him. Golem was for that guy. Let's see. Won't need any more oak saplings. I'm sure I'll have enough. I don't know. I'll keep one. Let's plant vines somewhere so people can have them. I got a feeling that being able to harvest vines would be good for people. So let's plant some vines in a sustainable way that people can have them if they want them. Boop. Just drop off some of these things. Oh, and let's restart this. More charcoal. That's part of the purpose of all this, is making sure that there's resources to have. And I can ditch the jungle logs because I'll be making more of those, and I don't need those for dirt. I haven't decided whether I want to... Oh, and we got a lot of oak logs as well, so I'll ditch some of those while we're at it and carry only a stack. And where would be... I don't know, I feel like maybe making stacks of jungle logs would be a good place for that, but... Can you put vines on this? No, you cannot. This is a wonderful grove of incredibly tall bamboo. I do need to learn how you go about the bamboo process, because that is pretty much... Let's grab some more cherry. I haven't ended up using up all of these, have I? Not really. Yeah, you can if you like. No guarantee that if I get something like that, I'm going to be using specifically it. Where's a good place to be planting quantities of vines? I was thinking in terms of near spawn so that people could make use of it. That's what I was thinking. Well, here's one possibility. Can we plant them on these? Sure can. There. And I can break those. So this will grow into a little vine block. And that ought to be enough so that when they grow, if somebody has shears or can make shears, they can get a vine and sort of restart the process. Also, I could plant more here while I'm at it, just because. Because this is much... Actually, there's a place even closer into spawn. Manu is doing this thing of wanting to stand around in shot. Yeah. If it bugs me, I'll start making like 6 signs or surge patches instead, because I know that is something that people want. People would like to see me do that. So that's fairly simply managed. So yeah, so if I plant vines around here, people could totes use that. So let's relocate the torches to be not on this wall, but on the other wall. And then this wall can be another spot where vines can be grown. Oh, hello. Usually I have torches in dark places like that. I'm not quite sure what this is about. But if people want to dig down into the depths of the earth, that's fine with me. Meanwhile, speaking of getting dark, it is getting dark. All right, it is daytime. You know what I'm gonna, well, no, this is spawn. This is the first place I put a bed, so I can leave that where it is. I got the wonderful yellow bed from an actual village. There was this cool village and it had that, so so I've got that going on. Why don't I have cherry saplings? By rights, I should have cherry saplings. I thought there was one in the community chests. No. What do I have that's like that, or it could be used for that? Nothing. Although, this is probably a fine time for me to reclaim some of these things. How much is in here? I wanted that. These should be planted somewhere. Maybe I can plant them out in the middle of stuff. And nothing wrong with having a bunch of redstone. I'm basically sorting out which things I want to leave behind in the community chest. And I'll dismantle my base here and simply move to elsewhere. I'd rather leave this area behind as sort of like, do whatever you want. And let me see, what else? Okay, so cherry saplings. I wanted some of those. Oh no, pink sounds. I'm not sure where you're at, but you got. Ah, you were over in this direction. Okay, so here is a thing. In fact, this is the kind of thing that Manu, you could join in too if you want. Support. This is always a little fun. I saw the direction you went, but I don't see exactly where you went. I'm assuming you're going off this way somewhere? Okay, now I'm just confused. I'm assuming you went in the direction of where you just got killed by the pillager and I was going to provide backup. But I might have gotten that wrong. Over the hill in the valley? I saw you going this way. Building a warehouse. Okay, let me see where you're at, if I can. I do not see a warehouse here. Oh, no, wait, I see something. Oh, did you get him, or is he just not being hostile? Oh, there he was. All right, well, let's see what you're up to. See, Manu, as an observation, this is the kind of thing that will count to be fun. Rather than watching me work, you just go and do some sort of thing or whatever. And I will come by and be like, wow, check that out. Oh, are you keeping him alive? Okay. Well, then I will not attack. You got him pinned in. Huh. Grumpy guy. And you have got a cool location here, so fair enough. Also, oh, he is firing. He's not firing at me, though. I enjoy whatever this cobble thing is. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not a natural spawn. Cool beans. Uh-oh. We got other pillagers. Okay, so you got the one trapped. How about the rest of these guys? Do you want to trap them, or do you want them taken care of? Okay. I am standing on guard. Alrighty. I kind of want to watch, though. I'm assuming. So I'm keeping their attention. Let me know what you want to do. The guy with the poster is way over there. I'm tempted of taking him just so that I can get the poster. The flag. I see you there. And I see the other guys who are literally here. Are you able to... Oh, they're jumping into the hole. There's one still on the outside. Watching the pillager follies is apparently what we're doing today. There's a boat. Okay, so you... Alrighty. So here's the thing that you can do. He is making the pillagers safe by trapping them. Up. And Pink Sounds is out. It's presumably going to be... I'm going to let you do that. This is your project. Also, you got a bunch of drops that you can pick up. I'm staying here so they're not going to despawn. But there's the guy with the... no, he's coming to attack menu. Okay, that won't stand. Dang it. Be hit with a sword, you bugger. Thank you. Okay, so some of those guys should still be there. Yep, there's still some guys there. I got the guy with the ominous banner. If you would like that banner, they were your villagers, or they were your illagers. So if you want the banner, you can have it. But I killed him, so I'm going to keep it if I can. And now I'm going to do me and Manu will watch you do the thing. The Illager Management Watching Team. Okay, so I have the ominous banner that I can play. Oh, I've also got a ominous bottle. That's interesting. I'm going to have to find out what that does. Oh, did you not trap any of the guys? Well, that's unfortunate. I know that was one of the plans. Oh, no, you've still got him. I guess you're going to do it some other way. No, was not planning to drink that. There you go. Okay, we're going to watch this procedure. Oh, dropping him into a pit full of boats. Now I can't see. That's a plan. Aha. Oh, there's one in the boat. It didn't hurt. It didn't hurt me too bad. Having them move around is probably placing them in boats more. Here, I'm going to get out of the area. Oh no! If you eat those, assuming you do, do you eat steaks, Pink Sounds? I just threw a couple for you. So do you eat those? There you go. So you're probably going to get back. Speaking of get back, we don't have beds here, do we? We sure don't. Oops. Okay, so at this stage, I'm going to run back to the regular bed. Yee. We've just seen that new experience. And see whether I can't engage the bow and book it for home. because we're going to start seeing trouble. And I'm going to go in this open area by the water. That should work. And probably won't even have too much trouble on the way. But I might be overstating the case. Okay, high ground. Nothing there right at the moment. I mean, there could be a creeper popping up anywhere, and that is definitely a skelly. Open meadow. Skelly is probably going to despawn. Looks like it was just me. Mind the monsters. And I am in bed. I should probably place the beds rather than just have them be in the chest, you think? I should place the beds. If this is going to be a thing where it's like, okay, everybody run for spawn, let's take these and just literally place them. I wonder what you... Bad Omen 3. That's a high grade of Bad Omen. I'm just saying. That's fascinating. Yep, there's lots of wool here. So right now, I have all this manner of stuff because I was fixing on taking all of my crud and taking it to the new base and building with it. Oh, but if you don't have villagers... I mean, there's villages around, I just don't have... Here's a thought. So, we have wool, but we also have beds, and I'm going to place the beds here, like in the middle of this place. So if people are in the spawn area, rather than here are beds that you can go and put in your base, we can have an area that is clearly, here are a stack of beds for if a group of people are running back to spawn. Yeah, well, I have the bottle of Bad Omen, but I have not drunk it. And that sounds like probably not the kind of thing you'd want to do. I'm just saying. Sounds like maybe that would be unpleasant and bad. Let's put the white wool there. Actually, never mind that. Let's make crap loads of beds. You said bring beds. You want some beds over by the warehouse? I'll run a little errand and bring you some beds. I'll get back to my own building in my own time. Boop. Boop. And boop. And boop. So what's it going to take to make a crap load of beds? Not all that much. Hey. Oh, thank you. Can always use an iron ingot. So let's see. What's it going to take to make a crap load of beds? Well, let's start with these jungle logs. And make a crap load of planks. And then how many beds do we get out of this? 13. I don't have nearly enough space in my inventory for that. But then I don't actually need to make that many. So let's put now it's 28 white wool. So did you go back to your... Yep, there you are. So you're going back to the warehouse? I am carrying a bunch of beds. And I still have one on me. Oh, ooh, that's a plummet. No matter, I'll get back. So I'm assuming you headed back to the warehouse, so I'm curious to see what you do with that. Also, it'd be fun to do something like build a tunnel, hillside tunnel to the warehouse. This almost looks like one already. Yeah, see, that is also why to make all of that charcoal. It's because at spawn now we have the makings for ungodly numbers of torches, and sometimes that's just the thing. I'm still kind of sad I didn't get those yellow wildflowers. It's nice having the flowers around on the ground like that. So let's see what the bed situation looks like in the warehouse. This is now the warehouse location, and where I will not be building anything, but I'm just curious to see what it becomes. I hear the villagers. Huh. I guess he's not at home. Must have gone somewhere else. Oh. Oh, you're gonna... Yeah, absolutely. If you can bring 2 chickens, and then you can start your own farm for them. But as long as there's at least 2 chickens left at spawn, I'm happy with that. I went to some trouble to see to it that some of that stuff would remain accessible. So that's the idea. What have we here? Pink sounds and pink signs. Cool. Those are good looking signs. Look at that. The cherry signs make a cherry trunk. Oh, you found wild chickens. All the better. That's all to the good. So you know what? Oh, never mind. I thought I had some of my eggs on me. I am 100% going to make a chicken bomb, but I don't know whether I'll be getting around to it today. Alrighty. Seems good. My back is starting to be a little bit nicer to me. Ooh. Horsey. Don't fall in the hole. Nope, no, you're fine. Hang on, is that wildflowers? No, that's a sunflower place. You know, I really could do with more of those bundles. I was so impressed with the bundles. It is achievable as long as I go about it the right way. Meanwhile, I'd like to be under the sea in an octopus's garden with some porpoises. Resting our head on the seabed with my Aqua Affinity helmet and respiration. Ooh. Wow. Holy crap. Well, that's impressive. Glow squid and everything. Also, it is time for me to head for the bed. Oh, not quite night yet. Getting there. So let me see. Here's one of the things I really wanted to do. I'd have to have string. I feel like I am deprived of string because I used a bunch of it for things like the bow and the fishing rod, which are there to be enchanted. I'm gradually building up enough XP that I could do a serious enchant. But to get more string, I'd either need to find some webs and use a sword on them, or I need to spider grind. So there's the thing. So yeah, right now I am bundle challenged. And I don't think there's a thing I can do about it. Oh, unless it's a matter of simply going underground or something much like it. So for starters, here's the stuff I need to evacuate eventually. These are the eggs I said I was talking about. Sunflowers, do not care. This I do. Gunpowder, do not care. Probably don't need all of that redstone dust, so I can travel without it. I'm going to be wanting feathers, but I have a good amount of arrows. I just know I'm going to want more. One always wants more arrows. Let's make more arrows. I can leave a few of them in the place if it's a concern. There we go. So full stack of arrows, and also I can put a few more of them in here. That's for people who are able to make bows with the elements that I'm going to be looking for myself because I want bundles. Unless, of course, there's some in this. No. I'll put that extra torch there, though. And we might as well put that hoe there. And we might as well put the melon seeds there. So over this away were dark places. If a spider spawns in the dark place, I can produce string in the most painful of ways. by getting relentlessly attacked. Okay, well, I could get down there, but getting up is going to be another story. What's going on here? Here's a couple of places where bad things could live. Or not. That's the thing about playing solo, is that you can do things like wait until nighttime and then farm mobs without necessarily endangering anybody else. But there's light down there. Oh, I hear. Also not what I want. I hear what I want, but also I hear not what I want. So how's that work? They're around here somewhere. Lurking in the darkness. Waiting to pounce upon me. How frustrating. I hear them, but I can't reach them. Well, you can't but try. Maybe there will be a better place for that. Cool. Hey, Bobby-san. I guess you guys are talking about the potion of ominousness, or whatever the heck that thing was. Console H? When is Console H coming? You know, I am not really sure, but I am making progress on some of the bits that I need for it. In particular, there's stuff that I would need to have, like... Well, hang on a second. I'm still trying to focus on this, and I'm having a lot of trouble with it. Well, you know, some things I know I'm not going to need back at base is stone tools. I can make those all day long. I also shouldn't need sticks, or jungle planks, or chests, or any of the things that I can easily make for myself. Or the sun. Well, no, if I wanted to grow them, I would need them. Probably don't need flint because I have plenty of... don't need that. I have one oak sapling, so I don't need the oak logs. Cherry leaves, that is something that I cannot easily replace. I'm figuring out what stuff. Oh, and the charcoal, that also I should not need. I'm thinking in terms of things that go in here. Let's just go to it. How much of this is good to have and how much is not? Don't need paper here. Not that worried about that. Hey there, Clarence, joining us. Don't need all the redstone in the world, just some of it. I'm okay with leaving the lemon slices behind. Birch logs, as long as I have the other birch stuff, that's fine. What else? Don't need that chest. Don't need the sign. Hey. Say, if you want to do stuff, we've got a community chest over here. Here, you can throw an enchanted leather tunic in there. Or, if you're like most of the rest of us, you can just sort of build your own stuff and do what you will with it. I can certainly relate to that. And on that note, let's carefully not drink the enchanted scary thing. Oh, okay, so you've been here. Cool. Yeah. So my hopes for having this going on, and remember that I will inevitably end up going back to the code mines and be working on plugins and stuff. So the idea of like, can I be on screen on a Chris stream is definitely not something to go towards with the hopes of having that be a continuing thing. But long as I'm doing it, the hope is that, oh, a DP in YouTube chat, cool. The hope is that I end up, oh, look, it's becoming dark. Okay, so let me leap out of my boat for no good reason. I will log off if people need me to. I had intended to not do this quite this way, but here we are. And I can also sleep. And this is a single block in the middle of nowhere. Dolphin. Tell you what, I got a bed right here. I'm not going to keep this, but let me sleep, and then I will continue. Anybody, there should be plenty of beds. If you do not have a bed, then you can briefly log off, and there we are. We're good. So my hope is not so much teams of people watching me derp around, as much as anytime I come back, I wander around and there is more interesting stuff that I didn't expect. So like wandering into that valley and seeing that there was a beginning as a warehouse and interesting cobblestone pillars going down into the depths of whatever is like the kind of thing where I go, cool, I like that. Meanwhile, let's make even more eggs here and start to, it's not a good place for that, start to offload all of this stuff. And I can be entertained by my void. Pretty good collection of stuff. Pretty serious collection of stuff. Yeah, console H is something that I definitely have in mind. Right now, what I have in mind is maybe I just have to plant this in order to get what I want. Have I literally not brought any oak pieces of wood? No, I've got them here. However, I am going to need to grow something. So we'll start. I might leave that as just the one that was there when I came. Burb. That's not how you do that. There we go. And I'm going to return to what I was doing when it was just me peaceably chopping and talking. And yeah. Any other conversation is supplied by the burb. So what is the difference between shape from 2 tape 8 and scope from mastering? They're spelt differently. No, I mean, there's other differences. To tape 8, I'd have to get into the code, but those are completely different things. In particular, scope for mastering is wildly different, because scope for mastering stands for microscope. It is essentially the airband from Stonefire. Mastering contains, I believe I've got a Kalman filter in there, I'm not entirely sure. But mastering contains the Kalman style airband, and I decided that it is best represented by the concept of a microscope rather than, yay, bright, make things loud. And so the idea of having it labeled scope means, do you want to have a close-up view of all the textures in your sound? If so, this is what you might do. And Console H, I've got some of its stuff sorted out. In particular, I bet I'm going to be able to do the a variation on smooth EQ is almost certainly what I'm going to want for the broadband section of Console H. The parametrics are going to end up being different. I'm wanting to do a fairly similar thing with regard to, like Console X, you can do boosts, but I'm not as interested in doing cuts. I'm thinking more in terms of, if they're set up for cuts, they end up being just kind of it's hard to explain. I'll try. This is more in terms of the wild reinventings of sounds. Remember, Console H is about reinventing the sound. I might also have new ideas of compression, because I can't remember whether, have I posted Bezi Comp yet? That's going to be a pretty big deal when you get that. I think that's waiting to come out. There's going to be an amazing compressor coming out, and that's probably what's going to be built into Console H. But the thing about the EQs in Console H is that the broadband ones are to be done with something like smooth EQ, so that you can do aggressive moves without messing things up the way that the Kalman filters do. Kalman filters are set up so that if you're using it in Console X, you can get aggressively hyped up sounds that act more like it's just the natural sound. But what I'd rather do for Console H is be able to make sounds where it's like, yeah, this is the all bass and all treble sound, and so you're hearing all the bass and hearing all the treble, but it sounds super EQ'd. And you can do that with smooth EQ fairly well, so I should be able to enhance that behavior without much trouble. What I'd like the parametrics to do is be a choice between being able to do that behavior on the broadband EQs, and then have the parametrics be ones where you can bring in these narrow bands, except for they don't have to be narrow, but they'll be kind of like the parametrics in Console X, with a difference. Namely, instead of having a resonant frequency thing, the resonance is like boosting for pushing the joystick up, if you had joysticks, which I do. And you'd be able to bring up the boosts or have them not be there if it's all the way down to the bottom. Bring it up to halfway and you have broadband boosts. Bring it up more and you start boosting harder and harder and narrowing the boost. And then what is range in Console X becomes a like wet-dry kind of thing, where you will blend between the broadband bass, middle, and treble EQ and the parametrics. So that's unusual. Nobody does that. There's a reason I'm going for it. Because the parametrics, I mentioned how rather than having it be purely volume based, you bring it up to the middle and you've got your boost quality going on. And then you boost it more and it'll tighten up the narrowness of those bands. But if you set range all the way over to the parametric zone, the sound is built only out of those parametrics. The sound is built only out of narrowband boosts. There will be no cuts. It's only boost for that one. And you're assembling your sound out of purely and entirely just these, wah-like parametric boosts. And you're fading between that and the broadband one, which can be real flat and which is much more of a, bass metal treble EQ. Very much like smooth EQ, possibly even steeper. And then here's the final trick, which is how it's going to be when I build it. Those parametrics don't get a Q control, a width control. And the Q control is sort of bundled together with the volume level, where you'll make them louder and louder and make them narrower and narrower with the one joystick or the one slider, as it were. And that leaves 4 little controls left over, which on console X are the parametric boost width. In console H, those are bit crushing. A per band bit crushing. A situation where you can make multiple bands, 4 of them to be precise, and bit crush each individual band in 2 different directions. You could turn in center, you're at full resolution. And as you go more to one side or the other, I know, right? Shock. This is going to be awesome when I make it, I'll tell you. When you go towards one side or the other, you're getting a bit crush. What kind of bit crush? This kind of bit crush. Up and, oh no. I killed trying to hunt a skeleton. Meanwhile, it's getting to be night, so I will sleep when it's time. Come on. I'm ready to pass the night. See, if I was over more towards spawn, it would be more the world of let's charge off and help you get back your stuff. That's always a fun thing to do with multiple people. I'm not at the moment, though, so I'm just chopping blocks and talking about what is useful for talking about. Namely, console H, because I was asked about that. So the way it would work is there's your narrowband frequency boosts. They only work as boosts. And if you set the range control all the way to one direction, it's going to be entirely the broadband EQ, the smooth EQ style thing. 3 big old knobs marked bass treble and so on. Turn it the other way, the sound gets reconstructed out of only narrowband boosts. And you can turn them all the way down if you want them not to be audible, or you can turn them up until they're fully audible, and then as you continue to boost, it narrows them. And you balance it out that way. That is a legitimate way in its own right of constructing a sound, because if you construct a sound out of narrowband boosts, it's clearer through the mix. But then the console H twist is that's also how you do crazy bit crush stuff in terms of going to very low bit within the band. So it's not across the entire thing, it's each band gets its own bit crush level. And the turning it to the left or to the right determines whether you're going to go for a bit crush that goes right down to like 1 bit or whatever, quite extreme, as a not offset sound, or the other direction. It's probably going to be the not offset sound will be turning clockwise. And turning counterclockwise gets you offset by half a bit exactly. What that will do is make it so that you have a bit crush that will be either a gate or a compressor per band. So the whole idea is it's hip hop. You got to let people reinvent their sounds. Well, that should do a pretty good job of letting people reinvent their sounds. I will do a single band version as a sort of demonstrator, much like I did a single band version of the Console X narrowband filter. But yeah, it's going to be come up with a narrowband boost for being able to do sounds like that. And then if you succeed in doing that for up to 4 bands at the same time, you then can combine those by using the joysticks or whatever it is that you're using to get access to the sound. Including just, there will be a GUI for it, much like there is for Console X, because it's going to be another one of those ones that has lots of controls. And at that point, you can dial in the broadband with the bass, treble, and middle, or you can dial in the parametrics, or both, because range is a crossfade between the two things. So that's my idea of what will be a suitable hip-hop console for the purposes of being able to make new sounds and reinvent things rather than just imitating stuff that people did a long time ago. And I have every hope that hip-hop producers will be able to use this to do some genuinely new sounds and really take them somewhere. I think that is very likely that I'll be able to set people up with what they need for that. And that's kind of, some of that is going all the way back to a book that I read, Nelson George's The Death of Rhythm and Blues, which has taught me a lot about black music history and the direction in which the culture and music goes from, being like a white scientist nerd from an outside perspective, because like being the white scientist nerd and also being autistic, I'll just be happy if I do enough useful work that I'm welcome at the cookout. You know what I'm saying? I think I can probably do enough because I have every intention of being able to do that. But thing is, Nelson George, in talking in that book and explaining stuff, was talking about black music as being music that moved forward radically. Unlike white music, there's not this retro emphasis. You don't really want to stop and be like, we're going to do the old school jazz music forever. You got some people, Wynton Marsalis or whatever, who will be doing retro music and doing a great job of it. But that's not the primary culture. That's not the main of where things are at. The main of where things are at, I've just put away all of my cobble. Don't want to do that. I want to make more pickaxes. I want to make tons of pickaxes. Ta-da! So the main aspect of where things are at is trying to invent new things. And that's where, rhythm and blues came from. Before that, that's where jazz came from. Somebody like me can be all into like, oh my God, Coltrane, yay. But, the black community was inventing hip hop at the time. And we're like, yeah, that's cool. But then moved beyond and did something else. And I have a lot of respect for that. I have a lot of respect for the doing a new thing rather than just wallowing in retro. So that's pretty much where the, what's my opinion on noise music? I am into it. In fact, I did an album of it years ago using a shortwave radio and a physical multi-band equalizer distortion that I built myself from parts. It's called Hard Vacuum, and it never really went anywhere. Because like when you make music like that, people don't necessarily pay any attention, and it's fine. Yeah, a lot of things. I just find it very interesting studying stuff, learning things that are outside my environment. You know, like there's a lot of people who are like, I learned to rap and now I'm doing my white person rap. And it's like, I'm not from that community. My dad was a scientist. Rapping is voice for the voiceless. I don't feel that if I'm voiceless, it's because of the autism and the challenges that I've had. And that's fine, but that doesn't mean that rap has to be my venue for, like, computer programming can be my venue for self-expression. I think that's very legit, but that doesn't mean that I'm the person that should be going around rapping, and I'm not. Ooh, stray thought, I should take all of the cobblestone and make it back into smooth stone so that I can make a castle out of literal smooth stone. That might be cool. Ooh. Pink Sounds, are you in white hip hop? I don't mean to be rude. I'm not trying to be mean. I don't think anybody in my community would want to be mean. So don't be acting like I am calling out. I have to do my own pursuit and whatever, and last thing I want is for somebody who is sincerely trying to make music of whatever kind to be like, oh, Chris hates my music and wants me to stop. That is not so. Sometimes what I talk about is just my personal take on trying to arrive at my own music somehow. Funny thing is, if I was to rap, I would probably be able to do a pretty good job at it. I have the ability to act and deliver vocals in a way that is passionate and expressive. And I have decent rhythm as a vocalist and terrible pitch, so I struggle to sing. Oh, the white nerdy scientist? Oh, that's not a call out, that's me. White nerdy scientist is my heritage. Because that is like, when it comes to that kind of thing, that is literally where I come from. That's literally what I'm about. I consider it important to acknowledge the level of privilege in that, because it's real. Like my dad was a scientist and an astronomer. He actually, it's something of a triumph that he was able to be that, because that's not necessarily what he was welcomed to do by his family, because he was the child of a Chevrolet vice president. My grandfather on my father's side was the vice president of Chevrolet, and my dad drove Corvettes when they first came out as a kid in college. And he was able to become a scientist because his family had enough money to send him to university to do that. So there is a strong reality behind embracing, the fact of my family came from privilege. Now, they also came from a degree of like white toxicity that everybody struggled much more than they had to. And, I was homeless. It wasn't because my family didn't have money. It was because they demanded that was what I had to do and cut me off. Because I had autism and I wasn't picking up on the living in the real world thing as well as people are normally expected to do. So yeah, I on the one hand come from privilege and on the other hand come from homelessness, both at the same time, which is a very white thing. That's when your white family is like, no, you're not trying hard enough, therefore begone with you. And I survived that. And then I was desperately poor for many years while trying to pay off like small $100,000. Oh, hang on. Somebody needs to sleep or I'm going to get killed in bed. I'm going to get killed in bed. So that didn't go well. However, I am armed, so I got that going on. I have also got a Enderman here, but I don't have a suitable place to hide from it. Are we going to sleep? 3 out of 4 players sleeping. Okay, we're good. I do not have a Enderman hunting platform, so we're going to ignore them for now. Maybe I'll get one later. Yeah, we got through. Oh, are you just going to hang around outside watching me, Enderman? Is that how this is going to go? Well, now you're just insulting me. And so, you must be tormented. Oh, did it go away? Seriously? Oh, there's a deadly mineshaft? Cool, that means you... Up, hi. Hi, sir. We're going to have a fight. Gotcha. That does sound kind of dangerous. Ooh, obviously it was. Yeah, the great thing about dangerous places like that is that you can get a whole bunch of string out of that. Take a sword to the cobwebs, and all of the string is yours. Other things, maybe not so much, although if you found a Minecraft bee, you are welcome to mine it out to as much as you want. He says, it's like not like I could stop you. You're fine. But like if the Minecraft is where you're at, then by all means use it. Yeah, there you go. Somebody was asking for a fishing rod, which I've already got all the fishing rod I need. That fancy book at spawn, the one with all the weird enchants that are part of it, is one of the first things that I fished on this server. And the next thing you know, I also fished another one exactly like it. So that's what went on to my helmet, is one of the enchants from out of there. So I used one of them and then I left the other one for other people. Yeah. Although in the enchanting zone there, I do have a whole bunch of... I should make a second enchanting table for here in case I get to use it. In the enchanting zone there, I do have a bunch of books for the purpose, because like my take on the enchanting in Minecraft, it's great when you have a bunch of things that are available to enchant, and then you just use up your levels and try various things out, see if they give you something useful. If not, you can always enchant a book. Just do the thing of like, okay, how about this bow? How about this fishing rod? How about this sword? How about this book? And you go for the thing which is giving you the most. At least that's how I was doing it. I'm not there to say anybody else has to play the game in any particular way. So yeah, so that's my heritage, nerdy white scientist. Very much so, to the point where it's like, okay, so I also have Scandinavian and just straight up British, Scottish and so on. My grandmother's maiden name was McManus. And my other grandma's maiden name is Kakayaman. So it's kind of a rogues gallery of terrible white people in the sense of being mean and aggressive and nasty. And in fact, a lot of my life did experience a great deal of that negative side of things. So that's an area where I feel I have lots of personal expertise there. I've ended up learning how to turn the energy of that heritage towards useful and positive pursuits, is what I would call it. My whole family's been frightened of anger because of it goes back in the family. Like my dad struggled with like huge rage issues and had to force himself not to have them, and did for us, but it was dicey for a while there. And he was afraid of anger because there's a uncle that I had. I don't know if I ever met the man, which is probably for the best, but I had on my father's side a terrifying monster uncle who flew into such rages that he just about beat people to death. I have a aunt who nearly died from him. And they called it the Kakayaman temper, the Scandinavian thing, where it's like, oh yeah, we're all very fine and stuff, except for a parent. Sometimes our men freak the heck out and murder children, beat them to death. It's like, oh, sorry, that's just one of the things. And it's white people stuff, man. Sometimes it's just wild. That's one thing that I have often taken interest in trying to teach people about, because not everybody gets that necessarily. And it's kind of important. Like, it matters. If you have... I've repeatedly run into black folks who feel that the whites are super duper out to get them, and just, oh yeah, they have it out for our people. It's all about hurting them. I'm like, dude, we go after our own just as harshly. It is not necessarily what you think. You're jumping to a conclusion that is not substantiated. Let me see, what are we doing here? We're making some more axes, because I'd like to do a little more with this. And the importance of it is kind of significant, because if you have a kind of person that is just super mean to a class of people, yeah, that's terrible. On the other hand, if you have a kind of people that just lose their crap and go after everybody, well, that's worrying and daunting. And also kind of tragic, you know? And again, I've repeatedly met Black Americans who, I suppose it's mostly Americans really, who are like, yeah, this is all about we're being persecuted. They hang out with each other in loving ways like we do at our cookouts and stuff, but then we're not welcome and it's all about punishing us. And it's like, no, you don't understand. We came from the land of the ice and snow and things are really harsh and ugly. And and we have a lot to learn from you. And very often it's not being very well learned. Let's see. Oh, okay, now I have 2 oak saplings, so we can continue from there. Boop, and boop. But yeah, it's things like that that have made me so interested in that whole world. The whole world of what's going on with all of this. What's it like? How does this all work? Because I survived my family. And my dad survived my family, even though he is also part of it, even though, he was made to stop being abusive when my mom noted that, him doing corporal punishment for me and my brother, who was just a little bit younger than me, he would flip out to the point where it was wildly like, oh my God, you're killing your child. I survived that. By the time my other brother and sister came around, he had been made to stop. My mom had explained to him, and through power of will, because she's also a really mean white person, made him stop. The fact that he was a rage monster did not matter. She was not going to be defeated, and she made him stop being that. And he spent the rest of his life incredibly guilty that had been him, ever, for any reason. But yeah, we all survived that stuff. And, my family ended up being very isolated because of the shame of being that kind of person. It's a lot. It's a lot. The stuff that I lived through is a lot. By the way, because this is... And that's why it's wild to me when I see people watching what that kind of energy is like when directed towards racism, in the belief that that's all it ever is, and it's never turned that way on their own people. That's not how that goes. Yeah, wealth distribution is very important. By the way, it is still night. So Lukasipa, you might have missed. There you go. We're good. And in a way, especially now, and especially in this day and age, when we are living through some really messed up stuff just as a country that is designed from the get-go to be diverse and have a lot of different kinds of people there, and yet we don't understand each other. It's just very interesting. I can't not be interested in it. As a survivor of, one kind of people, there's this story from my childhood that is interesting and kind of sad, and very much that, I hope I have an iron vein. That would be so cool. I don't know if I do or not. Back in the day, when I was a little kid, the elementary school that I went to, a place called Mariah Hastings School, I'm not sure it's still there, became integrated. Bust in kids from Boston. And my grandmother on my mother's side had been super racist, and my mom would not have it. She rebelled. She became a very capable woman, but one of the things that defined her was she knew about her mother's extreme racism and just was like, nope. And as much as any hippie in the 60s was like, oh, hell no, when everything had to become about, like, I oppose this with every fiber of my being. She had a favorite record, John Brown's Body, about the days of abolition and stuff, and just was devoted to that stuff. And so we ended up making a variety of school friends from Mariah Hastings. In fact, there was, I think, one in junior high school. I don't remember how that came to be. But yeah, and there was this a school friend, Malcolm, and he was a kid from Boston, and we were out in the very white suburbs of Lexington, and so the suburb was largely a white suburb. I don't think it started out as like full-on segregated, but in the East they just aren't as noisy about it, but it's still there. My mom happened to be passionately against all of that kind of stuff, but it was still part of the white suburbs of Boston. And so we had Malcolm as a friend, and he would come over and visit, and I was able to go and visit him. And I believe I did that once, and it didn't go well. And I'll tell you why. Because I went into the city as this little kid and was progressively terrified, not so much because I was a racist white kid who believed all terrible things about what the city was like, but because I had autism and it was so freaking different there. It was just really weird. And I would be going into this, I was going into this apartment building, and there was a buzzer, and they buzzed you in, and the buzzer was so loud that it hurt my ears, and my autism was kicking in. And I was this freaking out little white kid. Nobody knew what autism was at the time. They just thought I didn't like the way they lived. And so I'm doing the best that I can in this very small apartment. I was coming from this suburban house, and they were living in an apartment, and I'd never seen anything like it. And the foreignness of it all was just so weird. And I was not old enough to make much sense of all of that. And they'd made macaroni and cheese. And as an adult, I can think about that and go, that was some bomb-ass macaroni and cheese. Like they had bacon in there or something, and it was proper, serious, real deal soul food macaroni and cheese. But I was a little white kid that had grown up with an incredibly white mom who didn't know much about cooking. So to me, macaroni and cheese was craft. And I had to eat their food, which was actually good food, but my palate wasn't ready for it. So I kind of freaked out over the food, as well as freaking out over the strange circumstances and how close it was, how small the apartment was. And I was just losing my damn mind. I wasn't able to keep it together. And they had to call my mom to come and get me. And she did. And gave me the silent treatment all the way home. Because it wounded her deeply that I had had the privilege of going and hanging out with my friend. Oh, look, I have a spider jockey. This is the Danger Times. Oh, no, I don't have a spider jockey. I have a spider and a skelly. I'm not going to be able to sleep until I take care of these guys. And I'm not having an easy time of it either. I know, I'd like to. Maybe I can. But I can, but I may get attacked. Okay, we're good. I haven't gotten attacked. The spider's still going to be there. The skelly's going to burn unless he jumps in the water, which it looks like he's going to try to do. Okay, so the skelly's going to be there. And the spider despawned, damn it. First things first, I shoot you. He dropped an arrow, so that's good. And then I have to go and deal with this damn creeper, which I do not want around. Oh, I see other people are also having challenges with creepers. I do not like the creepers. I wonder whether if I go to the opposite side of the island, he'll despawn. He's going to the opposite side. Wonder if he'll go into my boat. I know, right? No, they are my least favorite Minecraft thing. Oh no, that's too many creepers. 5 creepers in one cave counts as too many damn creepers. I'm going to keep this one in sight while I mine up these rocks. And I'm definitely thinking in terms of continuing my stuff until I have plenty of furnaces and infinite quantities of charcoal from the wood, at which point I can make furnaces and... Oh, did you despawn? I think you did. Thank you. At which point I can just make lots of stone. I'll mine stone out of the mass quantities of cobble I have. Yeah, cool. It's going to be time for me to thaw out food for tacos pretty soon. I'm going to say this is a darn good deload day as these things go. Up to and including the small amounts of derpage around. Don't watch me while I play Minecraft, or watch me over the stream rather than standing there and watching me. All of our little challenges. It's a popping noise. What made that? Was that the bird? Yeah, you see, that's the interesting thing, Jonathan. France grappling with stuff like that. All of Europe is grappling with stuff like that, and it's not going to change anytime soon because migration is a real thing. Like migration from climate issues is a real thing. I would have wished that the United States would be able to set the example there as far as making the most of diversity and showing people that you can do the thing. You can be a country that is really good at managing the stress of diversity, because it is and continues to be stressful. I just told you a little story about, as a child, how I visited my black friend in urban Boston and freaked the heck out. But those are formative experiences where if I had been able to do that, it would have been amazing. I would have known stuff that I wouldn't have known as just a dumb suburban kid. And the extent to which you can have a thriving society with all different kinds of people just managing to interact. People say melting pot, but that's not even really a good example because you don't really melt. You wind up with the chunky soup pot where there's all manner of different stuff. It doesn't become a homogeneous mass. It shouldn't become a homogeneous mass. What you get is the usefulness of being able to bring lots of different perspectives to bear. And it is a huge deal, and it is incredibly productive. And one of the reasons why I am so enthusiastic about making Console H, even though I feel like in some ways I have to do that as an outsider, because I'm the white nerdy scientist type by breeding and heritage. That's what I have to draw on. But you can be a scientist, a nerdy scientist type, and still understand that, like one of the first times I have seen like black jazz music is because my dad was a huge fan. Mind you, he was the Brubeck guy, so that's something of an exception. But I'm pretty sure he had a record collection that went beyond just only Brubeck. And either way, that is still jazz. And yeah, my mom being, intensely white Scots-Irish lady, but also just adamant about, we will not do this racism thing. It is bullshit and nonsense and bad, and I morally am revolted by it, and we're not having any of that. And that was my mom. And she brought that very white aggression and determination to that moral stance. Much like the people in the record that she was so fond of, the John Brown's Body record about the abolitionists back in the day. Oh, you just found your old stuff? Cool. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I'll get to it. Yeah, if chunks unload and you can get back to it, then they won't despawn. So that is very neato. Very good, very good. Lucky break. I may actually finish flattening this place out by the time the day is over. That's the goal. Yeah, one thing I'm noticing is people become less religious as religions behave more poorly and don't do as good of a job at being what they can be. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I do a thing which is described as spiritual, not religious. It's a recovery thing where you're doing your thing to learn to not be on drugs. And that becomes the key factor there. Do I have more I will literally stack up chests if I need to. Do I have more chests? It would make sense if I did, but perhaps I don't. Well, I've got logs. Right? Let's go and make 1, 2 more chests. And then the cobble chest gets expanded by this much. Oh, come on, there you go. Oh, now come on. You can stack chests, but I needed to put that on the other chest for that to work. There we go. More of the cobble. Eventually it'll all be turned into smooth stone, except for bits that I need to actually... I'm trying to figure out whether I can make stairs and things out of smooth stone. I do not know the answer off the top of my head. Let me take a minute, eat some Minecraft foods, drop off some more of my random junk, like this and that and the other, and grab that axe back again. I wonder how much dirt I actually have on hand. I am enjoying the idea of building these things from literally only what I have available. You know, it's like cooking a meal using all the animal, or building a massive fort using only the stuff that was available right there. How often do I eat tacos for dinner? For a long time, it has been my Tuesday and Thursday thing. To the point where I will go and get like... I use half a tomato each time and slice it up. And I'll get a tomato each week and eat half of it on Tuesday and the other half of the tomato on Thursday, because that's tacos days. So that very much becomes my thing. Don't really go for it any other days. There's no special reason for that. It just happens to be those are the 2 days that I settled on, and it becomes like a habit. It becomes a standard practice for me. And I will get to bed momentarily. There we go. Yeah, Taco Tuesdays, quite literally. So. Yeah, I kind of schedule eat, and kind of I am just so consistently making the same things all the time that it is shocking. Like, literally every morning I'm making a French omelet with a single egg and a little bit of, hang on. A single egg and a little bit of pesto from Pastine. Pastine makes a kind of pesto which I use in the omelet. I wonder what it's going to take to make this be a cool looking fortress. I'll find out. Now, sometimes I also add to that recipe a croissant with a little Boursin cheese, a French cheese Boursin, which is apparently a trendy cheese these days. It became popular. And the way I do that is I'll cut and it's a baby croissant. It's not a full-size croissant, it's a mini croissant. And I will cook my omelet, and I'll have the croissant cut in half. So once the omelet has been flipped and brought into a solid ovoid thing, I'll put the croissants cut side down on there to toast them a little bit, which makes them really nice. I keep them in the freezer and bring them out only when I need it. So that also is a slightly fancier part of, get back here, get back here, copper. There we go. Oh, a lot of coal. And then there's the tacos, of course. But then when it's not taco day, sometimes my food is even more repetitive than that. Because what I'll do is cook up some rice with a little rice maker. It's basmati rice. And one thing I like to do is take a little bit of truffle oil, throw it in with the dry rice in the rice cooker, and swish it around until all the rice grains are faintly covered with truffle oil. Doesn't take it, a very small amount of it. And only when it's new do you really notice that it has a scent to it. And then put the water in and cook it. So I'll have just faintly, slightly truffle oil tinged rice, which is quite interesting. And then I stir fry some chicken breast and use a particular kind of balsamic glaze and a particular kind of Thai peanut sauce. Both of them out of just the regular supermarket. And I throw a little peanut butter in the middle of the rice and then dump the chicken with the sauce on top of that and stir it all up. And man, I've made so many instances of that food that it's completely hilarious. It is just constantly... I'm more or less perfect. And the stir-fry stuff is done in an actual wok. And the breakfast omelet is done in a little Cuisinart nonstick frying pan that I can just flip it around and do the proper French-style omelet technique. And yeah, it's like this dinner that is just constantly always the same. So it's very scheduled and it's very repetitive. I can also make the chicken and rice stuff into a curry-based thing. I invented a kind that was basically take straight up curry powder and bread the chicken pieces in that and then stir fry them in oil. And it's a sort of vaguely tandoori thing. I actually served it to my dad at one point and got away with it. Because the thing is, before he died, he was doing a cookbook or a review book called Dining Way Out. And he was going and wanted to review restaurants. He had this map of the Boston area with all of these little thumbtacks in there where he had gone everywhere. And what he would do is he would go and review the restaurant and be very hostile and critical. And he would usually not like anything or anybody. And he was the same with me. So the fact that the only thing I ever did that he was really enthusiastic about, two things really. One, I kept a notebook and wrote down ideas in it. And that was the first time that he realized that I could actually think. Because he was prepared to think that I was just a useless guy and wasn't ever going to amount to anything. This is my dad here, the scientist. And then when I had been keeping a notebook and writing down ideas in it, that was when he realized that I actually thought. White parents, man. Go figure. And then the other thing was I made this curry thing with him, which was basically bread, chicken pieces in straight up curry powder. It's very hot, but he had an incredible palate for curry. He really liked hot food. And then you serve that over some rice and then have straight up mango chutney. So it was a very indulgent sort of meal. But I served that to him and he kind of liked it and was like, huh, sort of a tandoori thing, which I'm sure it is. And so, yeah. And then the other thing that I did that he appreciated was he was always into cartooning. Both sides of my family liked newspaper cartoons and comics. From the old stuff like Winsor McCay, Little Nemo and Slumberland, to modern stuff like Foxtrot. There was a million Foxtrot. There's a million Calvin and Hobbes books. Not all that much Garfield. Garfield was a little more lowbrow. They had a tendency to like the really high quality, great comics and stuff. And so just about every kid in my family attempted to try to make comics at one point or another. One brother tried to do political comics using a sort of template thing that somebody made on the internet, which went over sort of medium well because the skill of learning how to actually draw was one of the things that my family valued. And they would be very critical and harsh if you weren't able to do that up to snuff. It was like, oh, but you didn't do your comics right. You didn't actually draw them, so nice try. I eventually ended up being able to draw comics. And among the first stuff that I ever tried to do, because I was actually drawing them rather than trying to cheat or make stuff out of templates or something, turned out my dad was keeping even the very first drawings that I made that I let him have. And I did 400 episodes of a webcomic at one point. I still have I was drawing them on actual paper, and I still have that stuff. It's not on the internet any longer. It was a thing called Tally Road. It got some of the worst webcomic awards and stuff. I wasn't able to tell good stories there. But my dad kept all of that, and towards the very end of his life, I started drawing him personal comics just to send to him. I was doing that because I had, in order to survive, I was borrowing money from my mom, and this time around, they had ended up being wealthy enough that it was too embarrassing to let me die. So my mom had developed a willingness to lend me $1,000 when I was about to starve, and I kept careful track of that and was paying back my mom like $50 at a time while barely able to survive. But I was doing that, and in the process of doing it, I was also drawing these comics so that I could have something to give to my dad at the same time. And I drew him this short series of very well rendered, a little comic of this cartoon cat, which was like, I will make a world, and he starts drawing the panel borders of his own panels. And then there is a indentation in the panel borders, where something else is showing up, sort of in the gutters between the panels. There's the shape of another cat, which sneaks up, and then she pounces him from the top of the panel, and she's like, hi. And so a second character has showed up. And then they go and try to find a home, and they find this doghouse. Anybody who knows their comics would instantly recognize that it is Snoopy's doghouse, because I worked my butt off trying to render Charles Schultz grass and the Charles Schultz Snoopy doghouse exactly right, like at a forgery level of good for how well I rendered it. And I pulled it off. And so they go inside this doghouse, and then the cat freaks and runs away, and they're fleeing like mad. It's not safe. And then I draw Snoopy peeking his head out curiously, going, what the heck? And yeah, I did a bunch of stuff like that. That's the kind of thing where, and it is Minecraft night. Yeah, smithing template is a cool thing. It is a neat thing that I'm not likely ever to see. I'm lucky if I find more diamond. But for those who are interested in their netherite, there you go. And meanwhile, this is going pretty well. Yeah. Modern Minecraft really has a lot of weirdness and interesting stuff going on. There's a lot of freaky depth going on, which I like. I'm happy that I'm doing the up-to-date Minecraft right now rather than the Chris-made mod, because that was neat in its own right. But there's a lot of depth to this. It's also running better than the old one did. Ah, Grenz, I can relate to that. On YouTube, Grenz is like, I have a mechanic dad. I could never hold the flashlight right enough. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that. It's also particularly challenging in that I had trouble with my siblings, which I don't think we'll ever actually get over. I don't really have contact with them except for my sister. My sister was always like, oh, the beloved oldest brother, you're the coolest, you're the coolest. And of course, when I got on drugs and got in bands and was playing guitar and stuff, that just made me cooler, but fortunately, nobody else other than me, and funnily enough, my mom, got into that self-destructive drug and alcohol abuse thing. My siblings seem to not get that, and good for them, because it caused me a lot of trouble. But, yeah, the brothers suffered a great deal from the fact that my mom and dad struggled valiantly to be fair, and in fact effectively disowned me and had me go find my way on the streets of Boston or whatever it was they thought they were doing, which was very difficult for them. But what that concealed was the fact that, like, I was sort of the golden child. I was the one that mom thought was going to be the specialist and best. I was the first. I was the one that they made all the mistakes with, which they blamed themselves. They didn't know what autism was, so they didn't know why I was acting the way that I was. But also with the autism, I was the one who was reading, like, at the age of 3 and speaking incredibly well as a tiny child, and they just knew I was going to be the biggest genius in the world, and so that was the expectation. And that was not an expectation that my other siblings necessarily got. They were not made to be the ultimate Wile E. Coyote super genius, but they were being treated like they weren't going to get to be the super genius, and that's very unfair. Like, in a way, they got away with not having as hard of a road to hoe because I wasn't able to keep up with the expectations on me. Yeah, they could legitimately say, Mom and Dad like Chris best and they think he's better than us. They could legitimately say that, but they were also demanding that I be better than them. And that was too much to ask of an autistic kid. Plus, with the autism, I was not able to gracefully handle that social pressure, so I'm sure I was a jerk to the siblings, and I'm not happy or proud about that. That's a shame. Don't think I'll ever be able to get over in the sense of, like, make it not be a problem, make it not be happening. I don't know. It's you can't ever say never because you don't really know all outcomes. You can't really predict all things. I just know that it was beyond my ability to fix. I ended up going to a recovery program called ACA, Adult Children of Alcoholics, which helped with some of that stuff, ACOA kind of thing. And it helped me get my head straight, but it also showed me why I was losing my mind and freaking out every time I saw my brothers, because they weren't able to get past the damage of how bad everything had gone. So I basically, one of my brothers echoed that judgment of my dad's, where I was trying to make a video game and we were going to make it together. He was, and still is, the better programmer in a technical sense. And I had all these ideas. I could be the idea guy, which everybody has contempt for the idea guy, right? And it was the game that I made Counterpart. And he basically abandoned me at a certain point. He was like, this is never going to become a thing. Your ideas make no sense. And I'm sorry, come up with something else to do, because we're not doing this because you're just having me chase emptiness. And this is never going to be anything. And so I went and did it myself. And it blew his mind. He could not believe what I had done. Because it was not nothing. I had made something. And it wasn't the greatest game in the world. But it was 100% absolutely something. And he would have sworn and bet massive quantities of money that I would never make anything worth anything. And that's when he was like, wow, the way you're operating, it's so interesting. It's like you don't think, and yet something actual happened. Thanks, dude. So family stuff is like that sometimes. You're just grappling with, the various damage from various things and seeing what you can make out of what you've got. Speaking of things that I can make out of what I've got a couple of trees to chop down in Minecraft. And I'm almost done with the flattening this base, which is very exciting to me. I am looking forward to doing a little more with that. In fact, let's finish flattening the base and then chop down the trees. I'm so close. Bidding. Now I just have to figure out how much dirt I have available, where I want a central area, and what other stuff I can make. It is pretty harsh, but remember that is what my family is like. I have a very white family. They will tear you to shreds if you're not measuring up, because they will be torn to shreds in turn if they're not measuring up. And also they're really mad for the amount of damage that they've taken over the years. So it's basically just a no-win situation. It's like, bleh. Sometimes you long for like the to go and be like Malcolm's brother, the kid from Metco. Except for at the time, I didn't realize it was possible to be anything different. I was met with love by this Metco family, and I wasn't able to even relate to it because my own challenges were getting in the way. They didn't know that I wasn't just rejecting them, but I wasn't. I was just freaking out with how different it was, and how different it was a powerful lesson. Like how different the black family in the urban Boston setting was from my suburban upbringing is a hugely important lesson. It was just too early. And yeah, and you can, that's one of the reasons why I say that I've also made all of these pickaxes that I'm now not going to use. I'll use them on this stuff instead. You can do this as a very important message. So let's take advantage of how the water works to clean up the edges of this space just a bit so that we can get this diorite out of here. Or at least lower it a little bit. Aqua affinity means I can mine this stuff and it's just as good as if I was on the surface. I just have to catch my breath in a moment. But if I'm standing on this, I'm good. And now this, I wonder how far down it'll go. And one final piece of cobble. Oh. And a few more pieces of diorite poking through. And iron. Can we have iron vein, please? Probably not. So my concern here is it's going to make a funny shape. So maybe what I should do is just run with that. By all means. I didn't have any special attention to the carrot and community chest, so let's see if this works. Can I get rid of the untidiness of this and have it not be water flowing around? Well, here's one way of doing it. Got there. So then if I continue, and it's going to be time to sleep. I can make a thing that looks like a squared off place, and maybe that'll be good. Also, I can get rid of the andesite. And let's race over to the bed. Also, I have some saplings to pick up. And Let's mention that we're doing the sleep thing. Did you make that noise, Parrot? If you didn't, I have a drowned on my hands. Okay. Oh, your headphone broke? Dang it, I hate when that kind of thing happens. It's a shame. So now we will grow trees even more emphatically. And this time we have, oh no, we have all the leaves and stuff, but we can probably still put a little space between them simply to get even more saplings out of it. I don't think we're quite at the point of make a row of trees. So yeah. Also, now that it is daytime, I'm going to run and get my tacos ready to be made. So, be right back. Oh, and also, my wood stove went... oh, my back is hurting so bad now. Yeah, too much tension. No matter, I'll get there. Oof. I'm back. So my taco stuff is now thawing out and it's ready for me when it gets to be 5. I'll move on to what I was up to here. So some of that's going to be planting more dirt if I have any, which I do have some. So let's put this random crud back. Probably don't even need the cobble. But I got it. So, how much other dirt do I have? None. I'm going to want to use the dripstone thing and make a lava dripper. It's a cool fuel source, although honestly, I could just as well be powered by charcoal at this stage. I think we're going to go in a direction where charcoal is going to be a thing. Let's start with making a consistent location for cobble. And dirt. I've got some dripstone too. I'm just figuring out what to do with it. Here we are. Chirp. So I do have all of that, but where should it go? So am I picking that up? Oh, now I am. There is a drowned in there somewhere. Unless it was the parrot who heard that and imitated it. And that is a possibility. That's a parrot thing. Okay, so we'll be figuring out where that goes later. Let's return to mining up andesite and stuff. Or rather, diorite is what this is. Let's consider the idea of I could probably fill in the underside stuff with cobble. Let's give that a good old try. And the leaves can go there. I'm going to be needing that pretty soon. Do I have torches? I'll be able to make them easily enough, but do I have them? Sure do. Work. Let's see how far down this diorite hole goes. I know I was talking about making a bunch of stuff out of smooth stone. And I can use the oak tree stuff, or indeed jungle tree stuff, which I'm also able to make, to make furnaces and dig my way down and make all the smooth stone I could want for replacing this that I'm mining out, which I can then use as another kind of visual element. It seems like that would be kind of cool. Smooth stone color for most of it, but also, forgot the way out of your cave. Smooth stone combined with diorite as a color palette. That could work. I've not usually done that. Usually you're mining of stone and making things is like cobble buildings, or if you want to get even more hardcore, deep slate. Now I can also get this, and it's giving me levels every time. However, I may also mine my way out into the ocean. I don't know. Could be. I guess there's one way to find out. Ooh, and this diorite's definitely going to lead out into the ocean. All of this is going to lead out into the ocean if I'm not careful. I don't really need the... See, wanting to make the entire underground area also be a consistent kind of block, maybe not the best. That's maybe not the best way to go. So let's begin by filling things up solid and going from there. Though we started by wanting to mine up all of the diorite, so I'm willing to go along with that. Just continuing outwards until I am swimming in the sea, maybe not so much. But I've got multiple like surface diorite veins. I see no reason why I shouldn't have stupid amounts of diorite as well as stupid amounts of cobble, which can be smelted into smooth stone. And in just a moment, we're going to sleep or log off. But to do that, I'm going to need to come up this way. All right, nighttime. That time, I think that was the parrot. Right. Z time. Okay, so that's one of us. One of us logged out. It is bedtime unless we want to fight monsters, which I might be prepared to do. Up, 2, 3, 4. Ah, very nice. So number 4, your number is up. No worries. Not a problem. I'm just saying, if you can't sleep, you might actually want to log off momentarily, or all of us will be eaten by monsters in our beds. And it looks like there were 5 people here because Lucas left. Yeah, who isn't Zizzes? Ah, very good. Jason. Cool, thanks. We got there. Now I gotta deal with my least favorite mobs. Or maybe they'll be fine over there. Maybe they will despawn over there. I'm gonna go and mine up some of this stuff, and by the time I finish doing that, maybe they will be gone. Thanks, Jason. That worked. There's one of them despawning. How about the other? Come on, you don't want anything with me. There he goes. It's nice that the creepers vanish when you're not using them. Go far enough away from the random monsters that just appear and they random disappear. Hard luck pink sounds. I can relate to that. I'm getting old enough to where that is a thing for me. Oh, hello. Have we got a granite seam? Signs point to yes. So I'm golden as long as creepers don't drop on my head. Not the biggest granite seam. For that matter, I'm not sure I necessarily want to use granite, but it's here, so I'll get a collection of it. See, all this stuff is stuff that I can make into stairs and such, whereas the smooth stone, I don't get to. It's just going to be what it is. It's a solid block. So I might as well have some variations that can be crafted into funky stuff. Also, that diorite section over there was the one I was really after, and I haven't finished the first diorite section. So this is all kind of derpy town. It's as if I was finding an iron seam. Going, I have to get all the blocks, all the blocks. kind of cool that they do it this way, though. The fact that you got like, okay, I am mining out a granite seam from which I can make all manner of granite stuff as long as I exhaust this section, which I don't know how deep it goes or how far it is. That's kind of cool. It's legit what it is. It's like, this is clearly a granite seam. When it is gone, there won't be any more right here. But I'll have who knows how many stacks of granite once I'm done with it, and find out how far it goes in each of these directions. Oh, we've got some gravel here too. Gravel's fine, but I'm less interested in it right now. This is also going to get real dark when it starts sunsetting. And I'm going to go through all of... What the hell was that? I just scooched in a direction. Do you see that? Don't know what made that happen. Random pushed by Minecraft. How many picks do I have? Good number. So that was me running. Maybe I have my finger on the keyboard just enough that it goes forward without me feeling the pushing the key down, and that was what did that. See you later, Grants. Well, that's 2 stacks of granite already. I'm getting a little bit bored of granite, but it's still here. There was more of the smooth stone when I was mining the top off of this entire island. I shouldn't fuss too much about just a few stacks of granite when I have a literal double chest full of literal cobble, which was also today's work. Watch how it opens up onto a cave. Dum, dum. Oh, now we're getting rain. Well, I do have some copper, and I have just recently picked up a little more even. But I'm also a little bored of this, and so what I'm going to do is climb out of here using this granite. 3 stacks is a goodly amount. Got to keep an eye out for whether it is going to be thunderstormy, at which point I will need to pass the night. Okay, was this the diorite? This was. And then over here is another bunch of diorite. I think I might actually be getting into the direction of needing to make quantities of smooth stone to seal this stuff up. That could just about be a thing. So I am carrying a whole bunch of it. Let's do the thing of making quantities of furnaces. We'll go 8 wide with furnaces. Where's a good place for furnaces? Let's put them somewhere that's not in the middle of everything we're doing. I know, I'll put them on the sand. Now here's a situation where I could make a nice auto-loader. Maybe. Not sure if I can do it in this stack that way though. Could try a vertical stack. Yeah. It's not sleep time. So I guess we start. Bottom layer filled with coal. It's nice cobble to warm everything up. And off we go. Soon we'll have all the smooth stone, like 4 stacks of smooth stone, unless it runs out of fuel, but we're going to be fixing that very soon. Oh. Or even sooner, because here's more coal. I probably have more hanging around too. But yeah, so let's mine up this additional coal seam. The kind of thing where I could almost see, like, if I had more in the way of iron, I would be making like iron picks and making them be efficient just for doing this type of thing more easily. The great thing about the stone is that it's incredibly tedious and slow, but man, you have an infinite quantity. You can save your iron for armor or whatever. No limit. Oh, nice. Some kind of mod, fab mod. One weird thing I noticed was that in doing the going to the 121 and just running the stock client, not even a fancy special version, I ran the stock server, and it booted up real quick compared to what I was used to seeing, and ran super well. So that was quite neat. I want to give the bird a better place to be, but for now, we're fine. How much coal? Oh, it's getting dark. How much coal do I have? I've got more. Ooh, Jason Berger can't sleep. Yeah, soon enough it will be end of the stream, if not end of the game. I actually have something I can put in my chair that will help with the back stuff. Oh, do I have mobs? I super totally do. That's unpleasant. Creeper. You suck. Spider. You, I'm happy to see. Please give me... I have my looting sword. Don't go anywhere. I do. As the creeper sneaks up on me, but it is the spider that I want to hit with the looting sword. You are just XP. You can be string. There we go. Now, who was playing on this side of the island? Nobody. Why are there no cows near you? Yeah, so I'm going to stick these in my chair up against the small of my back, or the base of my spine, more like. And that's something that I do for when the tension gets too much. What mod do I use for my compass? I'm not. I am running a thing called Lunar Client, and Lunar Client lets you do those things. So it's not exactly a mod. It's probably something mod-like, but it's what that particular third-party launcher kind of thingy does. Jason is correct. It is Lunar Client. It's one of the HUD options. Oh, look, a little more of this. Work my way through all of these things, but firstly, time for... Oh, that's all granite. If that was dirt, I'd be able to expand things out a little bit. Let's mine up these trees while we're at it. Soon they will become other kinds of fuel. One thing about the oak trees is when they're not unreasonably tall, they're very tidy to clean up. I do not know. It is a vanilla server, so I don't think there necessarily is. Not unless that's built into the game. I mean, it's not only a vanilla server, but it's a vanilla server that is running without ops. And that's because if I need to do anything op-like, I don't need to be an op. I just need to go into the console and do it from the literal Linux laptop that it's running on. So there doesn't actually have to be an op. It's just all us Minecrafters derping around doing our thing. Come on. There we go. Let's mine up all the diorite. Then replace it with smooth stone. Being cooked up by coal until it can be cooked up by charcoal, of which I do have quite a lot, even without this tree stuff. I do actually have a decent charcoal collection. Okay, this is going to become a little silly, because if I go through here, I will be letting in the sea. Although not for that one copper thing. So I'm going to... No, that's not even a copper thing. Never mind. It's all cool. Pfft. Derp. Didn't intend that. Let's fix it. Other sand, please. Please, sir, can I have some sand? I can mine it up from under there. Delicious apple. And one sand in the right place should straighten this out. Boop. There. So now I know better than to do that. As another piece of copper sits right there. Fine, whatever. I'll resist the temptation. This is all for being decorative anyway. I can fill it in anytime I want. I think that was me running and jumping. Hovering over the key sometimes seems to produce these like jumping and flinging behaviors that I find disconcerting. Don't think I'm planning those, but they kind of happen anyhow. Also, good collection of saplings. They're going to get even more densely packed soon. And that assumes I'm going to want to do nothing but mine out diorite during the remainder of the stream, because it is getting closer to 5. And 5 is dinner time. So I might want to do something else, rather than attempt to mine out the entire... Well, this is always good. I can throw more coal in there. I'm using it. Can even get a bit of XP from it. I'll end up being able to go back to base, go back to spawn and do an enchant. Nothing wrong with that. Throw the coal in those furnaces and mine up a bunch of smooth stone, which I can then use to fill this stuff in. Or save it for later. And fill this stuff in with cobble. Cobble's sturdier, right? That's what you want to use. You want to use cobble for the layer underneath the surface. We'll just use smooth stone for the surface. 6 diamonds for whoever is willing to bring some cows. Fair. We do have a little bit of cows on the server over by spawn. I was breeding them specifically so that people could, as long as they also were breeding them, make use of that. Don't know how well it worked. Ah, another Macadee fan. Wonderful. Nice. If you take cows from the enclosed space, then breed more. Leave it so that there's lots of them there and you can take them as you wish. That's totally what I'm going to do. It's going to be cobble and then smooth stone on the surface, thank you. We're not going to worry about cobble everywhere. It'll be fine, 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 fine. Right. Row of trees. There we go. That's going to be more densely placed. Either we're out of coal or we've finished with the block. We finished with the blocks. So 23 there. 23 there. Lovely. Oh, you get XP for this too? That's cool. Going to be in a fine position to fill in some of these holes. Not done with that one yet. Come on, mouse. There we go. We are going to be cooler when I'm actually doing sculptural things with this, but for now we're making the flat expanse of space. And we'll even fill in the water hole. Not finished with that. Oh, it's becoming dark again. I do not know what the advancement of the parrots and the bats is. I can probably find it out. Hey, Jason. Cool. Got sleep online. New Chivo. What the heck am I doing? Okay, so we don't want to do this, but I could take that one Continuing to explore the wonderful realms of mining up all the diorite, just because it's there. Got about a half an hour of stream. I don't see any problem with that. Like, the goal here is to end up having this entire thing be nothing but smooth stone, and then build walls and stuff, building type stuff, also out of smooth stone. And then use granite and or diorite as decorative elements, which can be crafted into stairs and slabs and things, which I don't believe you can do with smooth stone. And that'll make it a more interesting form rather than just 100% pure brutalist gray, because it's gonna have that on tap. We're gonna have a hardcore concrete looking thing, structures, building type stuff, literally carved out of smooth stone. That seems like that could be on the coolness side, so we'll give it a shot. Should go pretty good. Also, I would like to go and find some more dirt, but maybe I'll find it underground. All this excavation of like diorite seams and stuff. What would be interesting is if I unearthed something cool. You're like, oh, okay, so apparently this is my abandoned mine shaft too. That'd be neat. Or, oh, hey, okay, this is a iron seam, just what I needed. Currently, I don't know if that's going to be the case. But we are at least able to uncover a whole bunch of this fancy rock, including on the shores where I don't want it to be. Not sure if I necessarily even want the sand everywhere. Like, surely that could simply be smooth stone. There's plenty of other places on the island where it's smooth stone. Could this not simply be smooth stone? Signs point to it sure could. We're pretending you were smooth stone from the start. And then I can go get that copper if I want. There, we'll save the beaches for places that need them. Oh. Great, perfect, no notes, excellent. We can fall into this little hole and then place that there, revealing another coal seam. Woot. Well, we're using the coal for something. How much coal can a coal cut coal if a coal cut could cut coal? We are not going to, however, attempt to mine literally every kind of seam as they connect to each other in this way, because that way madness lies. I need to be able to pick that stuff up, thank you. Spider eye can go away. Or rather, it's not going to go away, it's going to be hovering around in my face, but I'm not going to need to carry it in my inventory, thank you. Also, I want that. There we are. Oh, and that was the last of that, so perhaps time to go and offload some of this stuff into a chest. Squid. Oh, hi. Okay, I don't need you guys. At least they don't have tridents. I wonder if those are straight up natural spawns or if there's a spawner of some kind there. Well, no matter, as long as I don't go down there, I'm good. However, now I think maybe those are the guys I heard before. See? Oh no, I think it's the parrot heard that from them. Spawn is closest to like 0, 0. Spawn is in pretty close. Okay, so... Oh, we have a full stack of coal too. That's handy. So I'm going to need to place even more chests to deal with how many diorite and stuff I've got. Do I have chests? No, I don't. I can make them though. So do those guys live there, or were they just random spawns? Well, there's one coming for me. And there's another. 3, 4, yikes. Well, that's convenient. Zombie army. Long as they don't have tridents, I can do this and even get XP from it. Here comes more. I really wonder if they have a base there. Also, they do have drops. That's a copper. Don't mind me while I deal with this. Oh, I want that copper ingot, but maybe not enough to deal with these guys. My apologies for this, but a fishing rod. Gotta sleep. If I can. No, I gotta deal with them first before I sleep. Apologies, guys. If I need to, I'll log out. I did at least get that copper plate drop. I think we've got effectively a mop grinder here. That said, apologies. I am going to... There we go. So with a bit of luck, that will have passed the night. So it was everybody but me. Pff, no, apparently not. Okay, you need me to sleep? Logged out. Okay. Let's see. Okay, very good. That's daytime. If you're watching my scene, I have like multiple zombies in my boat 3 blocks from my bed. So that's colorful. You're gonna break my bed? Swear to God, there's got to be some spawner down here. Okay. Give me that stick and copper. Now, what are you guys doing down here? I think they just spawned out of nowhere. There's nothing here. Oh, up we go. I feel ya. Well, that did me out of the chance of more string, but I've got a goodly amount here. I never did pick up leather for the purposes of let's not worry so hardcore about this particular thing and stick to some of this instead. Non-equal amount of stuff, but that's fine. We'll get more copper, and we've got a goodly amount of smooth stone now. That was weird how they all came out of the ocean. It would not stop. And there wasn't even anything there when it came out to it. Probably something along the lines of zombies spawning other zombies, but in the water. That was an extraordinarily huge pile of zombies coming out of there. Oh, for heaven's sake. You know what? Fine. I will just cover those with smooth stone. If I can click on it correctly, there we go. Although my hope is that I can just get a whole crap load of cobble and use that. And I can. I 100% can. Hey, bottom of the diorite seam. That's pleasing to me. I could be done with this stuff and polish it off with a layer of cobblestone and then a layer of smooth stone on the top, and that's kind of what I had in mind for this area. Eventually move on to actually building things. It's a nice little collection of diorite, though. Some people have an extraordinary aversion to diorite. They're like, it's the ugliest pattern. Looks like TV on a dead screen. Yeah, that's what's so cool about it, but still. You can polish it, then it looks like polished TV on a dead screen. If I wanted to go extra hard, I could whip out the diamond pick and go through this real quick. But my ability to find diamonds has been really limited. So I'm not going to just use it needlessly. Got a few tools for the stuff that I need, like making obsidian and such. And that's just how that's going to be. Short of that, we're not going to go hard on the diamond stuff. And I've got a little diamond protective gear, and that's handy. Otherwise, my armor level would really be quite low. Yay, end is in sight. See you later, Clarence. The server will be up, even if I'm not on it. Or at least unless something goes wrong with it, it should be up. There's another couple of stacks. Let's see how much it takes to fill everything in. Because if it's only a couple of stacks, then having a couple of stacks of cobble and stuff should be enough. All of a sudden, I'm James Turner here. Block placer extraordinaire. All got to be placed eventually. Ta-da! Gonna have to go and get more cobble. I've got another neat thing to look forward to. At the same time that I picked up the acoustic guitar I mentioned, because I talked about how I had bought a acoustic guitar from a record store that is a sort of used random stuff store that is in Keene and is closing. Well, I also got all the records that I could from them while they were there. So I have even more records to capture to my computer and even more potential fuel for the good old timeless or peak music or whatever I choose to call it along those lines. Because it's a good collection of that stuff. Now I need to go and get a little more cobble. Or perhaps a lot more cobble. Sneak through here before it gets filled up. And can I get the bottom cobble layer finished before night falls? Don't know. Maybe. Come on. There you go. By default, because I'm refusing to do it any other way, which is arguably impolite. 03 player sleeping. Haha. Let me through. Bet is this way. Run. Sweep. Ooh. Sweet. Got there. Because it would pass the night. Ruthless but fair. There, got that covered. Time for this. Oh, and we need one of these. It's going to look lovely if you like concrete. Again, crazy brutalist vibe going on. That smooth concrete look. Yeah, I've rarely done anything like that. I've done things like make castle-y things with cobble stairs and all of this and that and the other. But the idea of building with this block, which I'm used to seeing as like cave floors and stuff, kind of digging it. And we've got a little more over here. Looks like with the exception of this seam, I can go grab this up and get it smelting. Probably doesn't go too deep. It didn't. Fill that in. We're getting a really good expanse of boring gray concrete. Yay! We'll put more boring gray concrete over on here and then end up eventually building stuff out of it. But for now, the boring gray concrete is the joy of it. Let's make more. That's just about full, but we can place some of these things in there. Let's take the building blocks out so that there's more room for just stuff. Organics. And so there we are. So that's not so bad. I've got more that I can do later. The ongoing process of whatever the heck this is. Steal some of the cobble. We'll finish. Smelting the copper, and then it will be time for me to go and have tacos, celebratory tacos, for making my concrete slab, which is currently blocked by trees, but a beautiful concrete slab it is nevertheless. Maybe I'll even make a copper block. Go. And one more. And wait for the final view, and we're good. Did anything ever come of the Crackles removal plugin? I believe I kind of have it working. How much so? Not really sure. Haven't started seriously working with yet, but I think I kind of have it going. And that seems nice. So copper blocks. That's not how you make copper blocks. But this is. Derping. And it doesn't. Why do I have rotten flesh in there? Also, I could do with having the bundle around because it's useful. Why am I not carrying it? More copper. Oh, looks like I have all the raw copper ever. Time to start smelting that too. We are doing some of these things in excess. Gotta love the excess. Nothing succeeds like excess. We're randomly smelting all the copper all of a sudden, just because. It will give me an opportunity to chop down some trees, so there's that. Oh, let's put the looting sword in there. And what? Okay, a sword alone is enough to fill the bundle. Okay, I guess it depends upon what kinds of things you put in there. For now, I guess I will just put that away. Enough with the stone for the moment. Yeah. All in all, a decent day in the mines. I'm glad to have filled people in on the plans for Console H. I think that is going along pretty well. I enjoy having made this giant slab of space, even if I haven't really done anything with it yet. I'll figure something out. There's a lot of kelp there if I want kelp. Boop. And there's some like lava blocks there if I have any use for that. Yeah. Ooh, big sounds. So we'll do some laps of this. There's a bunch of diorite. A couple of hot things. A couple of more hot things. And a water space under there. And then this is largely all smooth stone, so this could be simply extended if I wanted. It's basically the same thing. Alrighty, well, let's do one more sleep. And then it's going to be taco time. I'm not going to go till like 5:30 or whatever. I'm going to be good and go and have food when I said I should. And it'll be exciting this coming Saturday and Sunday to present people with the plugin I have for you. Because like I have said, in the process of working on the stuff that I've been working on, I have come up with something that is rather interesting and very notable for people who are low on resources and the kinds of things that one makes in studios and such. And I'm not going to get any more into it than that. I'm just saying, I have toys coming. I wonder if I can get more ground to come from up here. Is this like a particularly... Ah! Look at that. Hi. As long as I stay in here, he's going to continue to come. And as long as I hit him with the looting sword, more of them are going to come. presumably. Yeah? As long as I'm waiting for... it becomes with something... They're not coming from anywhere, they just kind of floating up. So what kind of weapon is that? It's a fishing rod. It's only a fishing rod. So this is one way to do an XP grinder, I guess. It only becomes dangerous if they show up with tridents. But then I do have a shield. Also, there's an enchant back at spawn that applies to tridents. This is like the bizarre form of fishing. Infinite quantities of these jerks. Look at them go. This is one way to spend the time waiting for the copper to smelt. Man, they just... Got to make sure that the sword doesn't run out. But you know, I can always run on shore and then they will go away. Also, they are dropping the occasional copper. And continuing to come in mass quantities. Wow. I'm like at level 24 now. Oh, you're still in the water. I'm not scared of you, baby. It swims faster, but that doesn't help him. Wow. 24. And we're not done. Look at them still coming. This is really something. This is a positive discovery. Exploiting drowned behavior for the purposes of XP grinding in a way that is about as chill until they show up with tridents. It's about as chill as fishing, just about. And you start getting all of these copper ingots at the same time. There's the copper ingots. Oh, are you done? No, you're not. There's some more. Extraordinary. That if I come out of the water, they won't continue coming after me. And we got our copper ingots. I will end up needing to do more coal or charcoal, but we're all set for the charcoal part anyhow. And we sure are ending up with a lot of copper blocks. And with that, I'm going to call it a day. Going to have a full stack of copper blocks if I'm not careful. Wow. Oop, and I could be smelting some of this, but not right now. Blajiji. Fair. All right, so on that note, I am going to call it a day for the Minecrafting. But the Minecraft server will still be on. I'm just not, I'm probably not going to be logging on or certainly streaming for a little while, but I'll be back on Tuesday and Thursday. We'll see whether I'm doing more coding streams or whether we do more of this, because it's nice having, it seems like people enjoy enough showing up for it. And since people get to log on, then you get to have another engagement with it as well. It's all good. And I will disconnect from that for now, which I am doing. And quit out of there. And I'll talk to you later. And I hope you enjoy the special surprise this coming weekend, because I've got a fun thing coming. Talk to you later.